and soul-crushing. With one exception, I would not wish it on my worst enemy. The prosecution has won this trial, but I assure you, the family, friends, and loved ones of Christine Ann Melton have only lost.
Samantha, now I just want to go through a few of the pictures.
That's my godmother and Christine. At Christmas, they always wore matching aprons. Christine loves Halloween. This is her and some friends as the Golden Girls.
And is Christine on the top right?
Yes, in the yellow, yes.
All right.
That is my Christine and my son, her godchild. It hangs in his room so that he remembers what she looks like. That is a group of us. We went to concerts every year for probably 20 years.
The top photograph, is that Stephanie in the background, Stephanie
Yes,
Johnson?
ma'am. Yes.
And then the one right behind Christine Melton, is that your sister?
Yes.
All right.
That's Christine and Monty. That was her cat, the one who sat next to her crumpled body.
And is Monty the fat cat we saw in the crime scene photos?
Yes. It's Christine's family, her brother, her mom, her dad. That's her on the bottom, blonde and jumping. It's Christine on Easter, with bunny ears on, with another child who loved her and who will never see her again. That's our family. It's me and my sister, Christine, our grandmother, and our aunt. There she is. Look at her. Look at her. You can see it. I know you can.
Thank you, Samantha.
Thank you. You can step down.
Judge State would like to call Zane Romero.
If you'll just face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand. Sure.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name.
I'm Zane Romero.
Do you know, or did you know, a young lady by the name of Diana Ruiz?
Yes, that was my mom.
And is there anything that you would like for the jury to consider here today as it relates to this matter?
I wrote a letter.
Will you please be so kind?
My name is Zane Romero. I'm a 19-year-old college student going for my bachelor degree in graphic design. I'm Diane Ruiz's youngest child. I was only 14 years old when she passed. Just starting my freshman year of high school, she was so excited to see me grow up. and so proud of who I was growing into. She supported me in all my dreams and only tried to help and uplift me when taking on new risks and challenges. My father unfortunately passed away when I was only 11 years old. My mother was all I had left. I was barely 2 months into my first year of high school when she passed away. I was in marching band in the week prior. She was telling me how excited she was to go and watch me perform at that weekend's football game. She would have been her first time seeing me perform because that was my first year in that marching band. She never got to see me perform, and I never got the experience of seeing her in the crowd. My mother supported my dreams and only ever wanted me to succeed in life. She always reassured me that my life wasn't going to end if I got a C in math. She always made sure that all the hard work I was putting into my education wasn't going unnoticed. She would always show up with random gifts that helped me and succeeded in my life for what I needed. When I was younger, I originally wanted to be a photographer. My mother went out of her way to find me a professional beginner photographer. She knew I wanted to print my photos, and she bought me a printer with photo paper. I no longer have those dreams, but I still constantly use those items. She was raised in a tough home environment and only ever wanted to give me and my brother nothing like that. She wanted us to grow up in a loving home and for us to be happy. My mother was a single mother who only ever wanted not only for her family but everybody around her to be happy. My mother's life dream was to be able to get married and raise her family. She was so close to getting everything she wanted. I was forced to move states to better accommodate for what I needed for my education. I moved far away from Florida because I grew up everywhere with my mom just to have her be stripped away on a random weekday. I tried my best to avoid going back. She was really excited for my future because she knew I was going to achieve big things, and I refused to disappoint her, even in death, because it helps me push on every day. I would like to share some achievements I've been able to accomplish. I did 3 years of marching band. We achieved superiors in the Blue Ribbon all throughout high school. My senior year, I achieved my high school's most principal award. Sophomore year, I won my first scholarship based off of my art portfolio. I graduated high school. I got accepted into all the colleges I applied and also received a full ride scholarship from one. My senior year, I received the John Philip Sousa Award for marching band. I got my driver's license. I received my first car. During COVID, I ran a whole jewelry business for 2 years at 16. I got my first job. I'm getting my first apartment July. I'm a year ahead in my college education, and I have my first internship as a graphic designer. I only listed 13 out of many, both big and small, achievements. All 13 of these achievements my mom didn't get the chance to see me accomplish. My mother will never get the chance to see me get married, get to see me graduate college as a first generation graduate, get to see me get my first real job. During college, I was sent to the ER for the first time. I got into my first car accident, and the only person I wanted to call was my mom, or how she went missing. I trusted my gut so much. Everything told me that she was coming home, and I haven't been able to trust her again. Or how when I was told she was missing while walking home from my bus stop, or how everybody in my town knew that she was dead before me, or how on my 15th birthday I almost killed myself because I couldn't bear the idea without turning 15 without my mom. I lived 5 years without her, and not a single day has gone by where I haven't been able to not think about her. My mother only had love in her heart, only wanted the best for me, and nothing that happened to her was ever deserved, and she just wanted to live a normal life.
Did you know where your mom was walking to that morning?
Yeah, to work.
And where did your mom work?
The Moose Lodge.
Okay. And how long had your mom been working at the Moose Lodge?
Like 3 years.
And did you know what your mom did for the Moose Lodge?
She was a bartender.
Did she also volunteer at the Moose Lodge?
Yeah.
Did you know whether or not they performed any benefits?
Not any benefits. She would just be there for fun.
Okay. And did you know that the Moose Lodge was for the concern of children and for the elderly?
Yes.
Okay. And your mom was very active in that particular community, is that right?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to see a series of photographs in this particular case?
Yes.
And you're familiar with those photographs?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to the screen there at the
Had these
right.
been admitted?
We are moving State's Exhibits PP3, PowerPoint 3 in evidence at this time, Judge. They've
Any
been
objections?
discussed with defense counsel.
All right, to be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Merrill, what are we looking at in this photograph?
That's me and my mom at the Moose Lodge on Mother's Day. I don't like pictures taken of myself, and that was the only picture I let her take as a Mother's Day gift.
Very well.
That's my grandpa and my mom when she was a kid. That's my mom when she was younger. That's my mom and my brother while they were at Disney. That is my mom working at the Moose. That is my mom. I'm gonna assume at a bar, I don't know where. That was a picture I took of my mom working an event with her at the Moose.
You say working an event, what do you mean?
It was for something, the camera she got me, she asked me to take pictures and I just went to go take them. That's my mom and my mom and my brother. I took that picture of my mom and her boyfriend on this trail we went on. And that's my mom at the Moose.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this one. No question.
All right, sir, you can step down.
Judge, at this time, the state would rest.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break. Let's send you back to the jury room for a few minutes.
All rise.
Training and background qualifies you to perform the duties that you've just described for the jury?
Back in 2012, I received a Bachelor of Science in Engineering from James Madison University, along with a minor in mathematics. Some of my courses while at JMU included courses in physics, statics, dynamics, kinematics, material science, along with your other engineering sciences. Subsequent to my undergraduate degree, I then went on to the University of Delaware to pursue my PhD in electrical and computer engineering with a concentration in electromagnetics and photonics.
What additional training or experience do you have as it relates to accident reconstruction in addition to the formal education and the PhD?
Certainly. So in addition to my undergraduate degree and my PhD, I've continued to take courses through Northwestern University in crash reconstruction. Some of those courses have included human factors, lighting. I've taken courses on electronic vehicle data, photogrammetry, three-dimensional laser scanning. So I've continued to take courses subsequent to graduating.
Do you also hold any accreditations in terms of accident reconstruction?
Yes, I'm accredited by an organization known as ACTAR, which is the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstruction.
Are you trained in photogrammetry?
Yes, sir.
Is that to determine vehicle crash incidents or the circumstances surrounding them based on map scenes, evidence from photographs, things of that nature?
Absolutely. So photogrammetry is the science of extracting information, if you will, out of photographs. So things dimensionally about an object, spatially, without ever actually physically seeing the object or inspecting it.
So you don't have to be at the scene to effectively and scientifically reconstruct it to your satisfaction?
No, not at all. And quite frankly, to be honest with you, in my world in civil litigation, oftentimes, by the time a case comes across my desk, it's, the accident happened 5 years ago. Some I've even had 10 or 15 years ago. So getting access to the vehicle at that point, it's going to be a long shot.
Doctor, are you a member of any professional societies?
Yes.
Describe those, please.
So I'm a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers, SAE. I'm also a member of the National Association for Professional Accident Reconstructionists, the Optical Society of America, and also the Illuminating Engineering Society.
How many cases would you say in your experience in your career have you reconstructed or attempted to reconstruct, you or your team members?
I don't actively track that. If I had to estimate at this point in my career, it would probably be well over 1,000.
And how many of those 1,000, I know you don't have a number specific, but how many of those 1,000 would you say involved pedestrians as well?
Several hundred. As I mentioned earlier, a great, excuse me, a great deal of my work is in the field of lighting and visibility. So there's a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian incidents. We see a rise in the evening and night hours just due to drivers having a difficult ability to try to perceive and recognize individuals. So I certainly see a lot of pedestrian collisions in my casework.
You've done testing or research as it relates to the kinematics and the interaction between pedestrians and vehicles.
Absolutely. So we do a number of tests at ARCA to look at the interaction between pedestrians and vehicles. One of the ones I know I did most recently where we were evaluating a vehicle essentially rolling over a pedestrian. So we wanted to understand the vehicle dynamics as well as the interaction between the pedestrian and the road surface. So we conducted testing at ARCA to evaluate that.
Does ARCA have any other disciplines other than just accident reconstruction?
Absolutely. So as I mentioned earlier, we have crash worthiness. So again, that's where you're going to be looking at the safety of a vehicle. How does it perform in a crash? We have human factors, failure analysis, premise liability, and biomechanics.
As an accident reconstructionist, doctor, do you or have you studied or tested the forces that are at play between objects interacting, a human being interacting with a vehicle, for instance?
Yeah, absolutely.
Part of what you do.
Yes, sir.
Describe that.
So we use hybrid instrumented dummies at ARCA for our testing. So if we want to have an understanding that an occupant in a vehicle, the forces that they might experience, or for any matter, again, if it's an instance where you have something that ends up falling on someone's head and you want to have an understanding of the forces involved in that, we perform testing with hybrid dummies.
Have you ever authored any peer-reviewed papers in the field of physics?
Yes, sir.
Describe those for me.
So I have a number of papers in the field of lighting and optics. I have a recent publication that deals with Toyota and Lexus vehicle control history records as well.
Is that called Toyota Vehicle Control History, Sudden Braking History Recording Characteristics?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was that specific to dealing with vehicles and their interaction with other vehicles and or pedestrians?
It involved looking at the various triggers that system is capable of recording, and specifically it was looking at what triggers a sudden braking event. So we were able to determine that those triggers, the sudden braking event is triggered when a driver, or I should say the vehicle,
Objection.
reaches...
May we approach?
Sure.
You are unmuted.
May I?
Yes, you
Thank
can
you.
move on.
You've been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of accident reconstruction, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You were not hired by the defense in this case, correct?
That is correct.
At the time you did your expert review, Dr. Wolf, and your consultation, you and I had never met.
That's correct.
You did not know who I was.
I did not.
You had never met Ms. Little,
No.
Mr. Unetti.
No.
Matter of fact, you'd never heard of this case.
That's correct.
You were hired by another agency not connected in any way to the defense, is that right?
Correct.
And not connected in any way to the Commonwealth, is that right?
Correct.
So your analysis and your conclusions and your opinions are completely independent of the defense and the Commonwealth in this case, is that right?
Objection.
Sustained. Mr. Jackson, you can ask it differently.
When you did your analysis and conclusions, well, let me ask it this way. You finalized your report, you and your team, correct?
Correct.
That report is contained in a multi-page document that was submitted following your analysis and your opinions and conclusions, right?
Correct.
The defense didn't have anything to do with that, correct?
Correct.
You had never met us, didn't know who we were when you did this.
Correct.
You'd never met Mr. Lally, didn't know who he was when you did this.
Correct.
So your analysis, opinions, testing, and conclusions were requested by a completely separate agency.
That is correct.
All right. Goes without saying, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. You haven't been paid by the defense,
You have not paid us anything, no.
and you don't work for us.
That's correct.
As a matter of fact, I've never asked you specific questions about your testing before today.
That is correct.
Your work product, the report that you provided, was provided both to the defense as well as the Commonwealth. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And you were equally available to both sides.
In terms of them reaching out?
Correct.
Yes.
And I called you ultimately after receiving your report, asked if you'd join us and testify, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Were you and your team asked to undertake a review for purposes of accident reconstruction of the case that's now pending before the court?
Yes, sir.
Was your team asked to do this by the agency that ultimately retained you, not us?
That's correct.
Who at ARCA was assigned to the team who would ultimately undertake this job of accident reconstruction?
It was myself, Dr. Andrew Rentschler, and Scott Klein.
What was Dr. Rentschler's role in this case, as it's distinguished from your role in the case?
Certainly. So Dr. Rentschler is a biomechanical engineer, and ultimately he assessed whether or not there was a mechanism for the injuries of Mr. John O'Keefe.
And what was your focus? If he's talking about the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, what was your focus in your reconstruction and your analysis?
I would simply say it was looking more at the damage to the vehicle.
Okay, so in terms of your team and the responsibilities of each of the team members, you were more focused on the damage to the SUV. Dr. Rentschler was more focused on the injuries suffered by Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
I think that's a fair characterization, although with the caveat that we worked together as a team. So we weren't isolated kind of in those areas, not speaking to each other. We certainly worked together on the analysis.
Understood. Were you provided or did you review certain materials in furtherance of your consultation in this matter?
Yes.
What were you provided?
We were provided photographs of the incident location. We were provided photographs of the Lexus. There were a couple of incident reports that we received. I could look at my report for the full list, but those are the ones.
You can go ahead and do that, Doctor.
Do you have the report with you?
Yes, sir.
I have a copy of it. Is this faster?
Sure, if you.
May I?
Sure.
Thank you.
How many categories of materials were you provided?
Provided, it would be approximately 10.
Could you list those off for the jurors, please?
It would be the Norfolk SPDU homicide death report, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of State Police crime scene report, OCME dispatch removal report, photographs of the incident location, videos of the incident location, photographs of the 2021 Lexus LX 570, photographs of recovered evidence, crash data retrieval report from the 2021 Lexus 570, report of autopsy, and autopsy photographs.
Based on these data that you were provided, were you able to satisfactorily, to your mind, satisfactorily engage in the consultation that you were hired to do?
Yes.
And come up with some opinions and conclusions based on scientific certainty?
Yes.
Did you review scene photographs of the alleged incident?
Yes, sir.
What information were you able to glean or gather from your review of the photographs, from the scene specifically?
So from those photographs, I was able to identify there was fragments of transparent red, clear plastic. There also appeared to be pieces of chrome and black plastic. I also observed what appeared to be glass fragments along with a black drinking straw.
Did you also review some videos?
Yes.
That was out at the scene, maybe a leaf blower?
Correct. It appeared to be daytime, yes.
Okay. What did you note about the photography at the scene of the items that were being photographed?
Well, I think one thing that comes to mind is it was a little bit difficult to follow the evidence, so to speak. So typically, when I go out and do an inspection, especially of a fresh incident, let's say I've got a debris field or I've got tire marks, what I like to do is kind of step into the scene, if you will, where you take global perspective shots and then you step into a specific piece of evidence so that you can, at a later point in time, identify where that evidence is. I noted that in a lot of these photographs, I didn't see a whole lot of that stepping in. It was essentially just zoomed right into where that evidence is, but not really having a great understanding of where was it relative to all of the other evidence.
Or when it got there?
Correct.
Based on your review of all the materials that you described for the court, did you get an understanding of what the Commonwealth's theory of the case is, specifically that Mr. O'Keefe was struck by the Lexus SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you come to understand that the allegations before the court were that Mr. O'Keefe was struck by the vehicle?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you perform an accident reconstruction specifically focused on determining whether or not damage to the Lexus was consistent with hitting Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I think that's a fair characterization.
And reversing that, was your accident reconstruction also focused on whether or not the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe were the result of being hit by a vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. During your analysis, did you note the damage to the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Describe that, please.
So the primary damage was to the right taillight. It appeared to be fractured with the majority of the lens cover, so that clear and red plastic covering missing from it. In addition to that, if you're looking at the back of the vehicle, to the left of that, in the area above there's also another tail lamp assembly on the lift gate. So above that assembly, there was a small dent along with some paint chips on the bumper. More so on the wraparound section as it kind of curves around to the right side of the vehicle. There appeared to be some superficial scratches as well in that area.
Was there any other damage or deformation that you were able to glean from your review, the photogrammetry, damage to the Lexus, the bumpers, the panels, the quarter panel, the sheet metal, anything like that?
No, the rest was remarkably intact.
Is it common in vehicle pedestrian collisions that there is some sort of bumper displacement and or sheet metal deformation that's concomitant to that?
Absolutely. Assuming a pedestrian is positioned in a normal upright position, you certainly would expect to see damage to the bumper. In a lot of cases, what happens is, the bumper is just clipped on. So again, the force of that impact will oftentimes cause the bumper to kind of become unmounted or unclipped. You certainly could see deformation to body paneling, such as the lift gate or the quarter panel as well.
Is that especially true at higher speeds, meaning above 15 miles per hour or so?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Was there any apparent damage to the Lexus that appeared consistent with any kind of pedestrian interaction that you saw?
No, it was really confined to just the taillight, a very isolated portion of the vehicle.
During your review and your investigation, did you note information concerning items that were supposedly found on the bumper?
Yes.
What was that?
I believe it was noted there was 2 apparent glass fragments located on the top bumper cover.
What's the significance of the presence of those items or the lack of materiality of those items?
Good morning.
Are you all set up?
Yes.
Okay. Please tell us your name.
Dr. Hyman Eisenstein.
You said Dr. Eisenstein. What is your profession?
I am a licensed clinical psychologist, PhD.
Do you have a specific area of psychology that is the primary focus of your employment?
I'm a clinical psychologist with a specialty in clinical neuropsychology and forensic neuropsychology.
Would you please tell the jury what neuropsychology is?
Neuropsychology is the study of brain behavior, what the brain is capable of doing, normal, abnormal, the functional, it's the behavioral, cognitive assessment of brain functioning.
How does that differ from just regular psychology?
So regular psychology studies abnormal behavior, doesn't specifically study brain functioning. So this really just zeroes in on brain functioning.
Okay. Can you give us a brief background of your education that was required of you to become a neuropsychologist?
So my PhD from the University of Health Sciences, Chicago Medical School. I graduated in 1982. I completed an internship at Fairfield Hills Hospital, which was a large state psychiatric hospital in Newtown, Connecticut. After that, I completed a one-year postdoctoral study at Yale in the West Haven VA, the seizure program that specialized in neuropsychology. I continued to working at Fairfield Hills Hospital. I was on the forensic unit for the next 4 years. That was an all-male forensic unit. We moved to Florida in 1986. I was the head psychologist of the head trauma program at Sunrise Rehabilitation Hospital. After that, I went into private practice. I worked on staff hospitals as a consultant. Several hospitals have closed, but Mount Sinai Hospital has remained open, and I've been on staff for almost 40 years.
Are you licensed by the state of Florida?
Yes, licensed in the state of Florida. And I also have my diplomate from the American Board of Professional Neuropsychology.
All right, educate me. What does that mean?
So diplomate status means that amongst one's colleagues, you're considered to be proficient at the highest level possible, and this is in the area of clinical neuropsychology, again, the study of brain behavior, and it's an assessment and validation with the highest level in terms of clinical achievement.
Is that a state award or is that a national award?
That's a national award.
And do you have any idea how many people have achieved this level of competence?
I think about 1,500.
Occasionally, are you retained to do examinations and provide opinions in cases such as this?
Yes.
And how many times have you done that?
I've probably evaluated about 150 individuals on capital cases, maybe a little more.
Okay. Have you also worked in the federal system?
Yes.
And in what capacity?
I've also evaluated individuals in clinical forensic, neuropsychology in the forensic area as well, in the federal area as well.
Okay. Now, you were retained or you were appointed to assist the defense in this case, were you not?
Correct.
And you agreed to work under the rates promulgated by the JAC, a state agency, is that correct?
That's correct.
So how much are you being paid per hour for the work that you've performed on the case?
$300 an hour.
And that's what the state agrees to pay you, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're willing to take that?
Correct.
Do you know about how many hours you've devoted to this particular case?
Well, I've billed so far 31 hours, but additional hours have been spent in this case.
Have you always been retained by the defense in these types of cases?
Yes.
how did you first become involved in this case?
I was first, there was a request for an order by the previous lawyer, Mr. Jaffe. This goes back over a year. And Mr. Jaffe was going to appoint me, but the order was never signed by the judge. At that point, he withdrew, and then new lawyers came on the case. So new orders had to be assigned. So that's when you and your Mr. Hollander got involved in the case.
And Ms. Perez?
And Ms. Perez, correct.
Did you have a chance to go over any materials generated by either a law enforcement agency or another investigative agency to bring you up to speed as to what the allegations were against Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
And what did you review, if you recall?
Well, there was the criminal investigation reports, basically interviewing individuals in terms of the background and connection, affiliation with this particular case.
Okay. Did you have a chance to ever meet with Mr. Wilson?
Yes, I did.
How many times have you met with Mr. Wilson?
So I met with Mr. Wilson on 3 occasions, June 18th and 19th, for a total of 7 hours.
Okay. Were you able to obtain other background information pertaining to Mr. Wilson, such as jail records or other medical records?
Correct.
And do you know how many pages you had the opportunity to review?
There were hundreds and hundreds of pages from the Department of Correction, mental health, jail records that I reviewed.
Okay. And is there anything that you specifically recall at this time having read that indicated to you that Mr. Wilson may have mental health issues?
The records going back over 10 years were indicative that Mr. Wilson presented with numerous psychiatric, psychological symptomatology. He was on a variety of different psychotropic medications. They tried many, many medications. He currently is on medication, lithium and Celexa. Both those are psychotropic medications.
What do you mean by psychotropic?
Psychotropic are medications that deal specifically with major mental illness, either psychosis or depression or a combination of both. He's been treated for these conditions for over 10 years, reflective in the records.
Do you recall any specific diagnoses, medical diagnoses?
He's been diagnosed with several different bipolar. He's been diagnosed with depression, anxiety. He's been diagnosed with schizophrenia. He's been diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder, adjustment disorder. There's a variety of different diagnoses that have been offered in the records.
Okay. Did you have a chance to talk to, in enhancing your background information, did you have the opportunity to talk to any other individuals related to Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
And who was that?
So I spoke to his mother and father, Mr. Steve and Miss Candy Wilson, and I also spoke to his sister, his oldest sister, Dr. Wendy Wilson.
Okay. As a result of your conversations with these individuals, did you obtain any background information as to Wade Wilson's progression through life?
Yes.
And what information did you obtain that you felt was useful in reaching your ultimate diagnoses?
Mr. Wilson was adopted by Steve and Candy Wilson almost after birth. Both the older sisters Wendy and Whitney are the biological daughters of Stephen Candy Wilson. And through a church gathering, they found out that Mr. Wilson's mother, biological mother, was 14 years old, had mental illness, had medical issues, and was unable to care for Wade Wilson. Shortly thereafter, they adopted him and became part of the family, the unit of the two older sisters and Mr. Wade Wilson, the youngest.
In Mr. Wilson's younger years, were there any, did they express any concerns about his mental health, or was he average?
So throughout his younger years, up through puberty, he was functioning fine. He was active in sports. He was part of the family.
Did he go to church?
He went to church on a regular basis. And for the most,
How was he as a student?
he was a good student.
All right, what happened after puberty?
So they found that there was a dramatic change that occurred in puberty. His mental health changed. His behavior changed. He became reclusive, paranoid, mood swings, very aberrant behavior. He would sometimes think that there are people out to, aliens out to get him. Very concerned about the family, the parents, and he became very disruptive and very, very difficult to manage.
Did he start experimenting with controlled substances?
Yes.
What type of help did the family try and get for Wade Wilson when they first started noticing these behaviors?
So they tried to get mental health treatment. They sought out psychologists. Mr. Wilson was not cooperative and very difficult in terms of trying to get him the help that they sought. And unfortunately, it was only through the police, when his behavior became destructive, that intervention finally occurred.
There's a terminology in our system called the Baker Act, where people are involuntarily placed in a mental health facility. Was that process utilized for Mr. Wade Wilson?
Yes.
And how, you know how old he was when that occurred?
I think he was about 15 or 16, and he was Baker acted.
Did that term of involuntary placement, did that result in any corrective action of his behaviors?
No.
Do you recall reviewing anything else in order to assist you with your ultimate determination and diagnosis?
I did review a letter from Dr. Wilson.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Let me show you what's been marked as our Exhibit A, just for purposes of identification at this point. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Is that document an accurate reproduction of the letter you received from her?
Correct.
Now, let's get to the testing of Mr. Wilson. You're armed with this information, and you go to see Mr. Wilson, and your profession utilizes testing, does it not, in order to assist in diagnosing a mental health issue?
Yes.
All right, let's go through the tests that you asked him to perform. What was the first test you did?
So the first test I gave him was it's called the TOM test of memory malingering.
What's the term malingering?
Malingering is a state where somebody tries to fake, they try to embellish, they try to give responses that are not true responses, not accurate responses, not honest responses. The term that we use is malingering, or faking or lying. So as neuropsychologists, we want to make sure that every test that we're giving, the individual's really trying their best. They're giving their best performance, their optimal performance. So we have now utilized several different what's called malingering measures to test to see whether or not the individual is really putting forth full effort.
And can you, excuse me, can you, excuse me, can you describe the test itself?
So this is one test. Again, there are several malingering measures that were used. This is called the test, again, of memory malingering. The individual is shown 50 pictures, and then they have to, another set of 50 pictures are shown, one of the 50 pictures that they just saw, and an extraneous picture. And they have to identify the picture that they saw.
Let me interrupt you 1 second. All of the tests that you asked him to perform, are these tests that are accepted industry-wide amongst neuropsychologists?
Correct. These are all standardized tests. There's norms meaning that each test, the number are based on the averages. They're based on if they're above, below average. It's called standard deviation. Again, how much these scores deviate from the mean, the average. So yes, every single test is based on normative data.
Okay, you didn't design any of these tests yourself?
No, I did not.
Okay. I interrupted you, and I'm sorry. How did he perform on that first test?
He did perfect. The test was given 50 items. He recalled all 50 items. Again, the 50 items were shown. Again, then after that, 2 items were on the next 50 cards. He chose all 50 correct. And then half hour later, without repeating the 50 items, but with 2 items on the cards, again, his score was perfect, 50. So he got 50, 50, 50, perfect scores.
What did that tell you about how he was trying to do on the tests?
So it was my understanding that that Mr. Wilson was really trying to perform his best. He wanted to show me how well he can do on these tests, and that was certainly, I complimented him. I told him that his performance was very good. He was putting forth full effort, and that's exactly, as a neuropsychologist, one wants to assess that they're honest and they're putting their full effort. And after the battery of tests, then I can make a determination where there's strengths and weaknesses, there's high points, there's low points, and what deficiencies may exist.
Before you started the first test, did you have some concerns as to whether or not he was going to take any tests or how he was going to perform on the malingering tests?
Yes. So knowing a little about of some of his background from Ms. Perez, it was questionable whether or not Mr. Wilson was actually going to be willing to participate. Initially, we met in a room, an open area. There was a desk and chairs, and the officers stated that they have to remain in the room the entire time. 2 officers have to remain in the room the entire time. Mr. Wilson raised issues of confidentiality. One of the issues certainly with taking any type of psychological, neuropsychological test is that it's performed in confidence. I agreed with him. I said, you're right. There's no reason why the officers need to be here. So then Ms. Perez came up with the idea that let's go to the attorney interview room where there was a glass separating Mr. Wilson and myself.
Okay. Now, in order to perform some of these tests, does Mr. Wilson have to actually be able to access the documents that you're referring to?
Yes, he does.
And the new room, was that able to accommodate you in your effort to have him have actual contact with these documents?
So fortunately, there was a 2-inch slit at the bottom of the glass that I was able to pass through different items, different material, that he was able to respond or to take in order to participate and fully evaluate his ability to take the various different measures.
But that small gap doesn't necessarily accommodate the materials in every test that you would want him to perform. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And were you also familiar with Dr. Mark Mills?
Yes.
Were you aware that Mr. Mills had gone in to see him before you?
Yes.
Okay. You told us about the first test. Talk to me about the next test, please.
So on June 18th, I also performed the Dellis-Kaplan Executive Function System, the trail making test, 1 through 5. What is noteworthy on this test, and I think this is part of his mental status, how Mr. Wilson, how his mind works. He's very impulsive, he's very fast, and he has accuracy at the beginning, but it very quickly waxes and wanes. So on these tests, which are time...
Is there a term that you attributed to this, like perseveration?
Right, so perseveration.
Perseveration, thank you.
Right, so that's a test that I'm going to be talking about, which I performed on the second day.
Okay, I'm sorry, you go ahead then.
But what's noteworthy is on these measures, he scored all within the normal limits. These are very short in terms of 1 minute, maybe a little more. But he's able to focus his attention for very short periods of time. And he did well on these tests, but on other tests, even given the same day on fluency, he starts out okay, but he rapidly declines.
What do you mean by fluency?
So the fluency test was 3 different measures that asked him to do either letter fluency, or category fluency, or switching.
I think the jury might want to hear exactly how the test is performed, because these terms keep coming out and they need to hear physically what you're having him do in order to complete the test.
Okay, so just going back for a second for the trail making test, the first condition was just to cross off the 3s on the sheet, and he did fine. He completed this in 15 seconds, very fast. The second condition was to follow numbers in sequence, and again, he completed this in 30 seconds. Again, his performance was fine. The third was letter sequencing. Again, just the letters in order, and again, he did this in 26 seconds, very rapidly. The third was switching between number letter, which is a complicated task, and he went back and forth through some of the same numbers, but he completed this in 49 seconds. Again, very rapidly. And the third was just going through following the dotted lines. Again, he did rapidly, 18 seconds, he completed the task. So he did quite well on these conditions of very rapid, quick abilities. The next test was letter fluency, where I asked him to tell me as many words he could generate with the letter F. And this is again in 60 seconds. And he got 12 words. With the letter A, he got 13 words, and the letter S, he got 16, and then this task was within the normal limits. The breakdown came on the next, which was category fluency. He did okay in the first 15 seconds, the second 15 seconds, but by the third 15-second segment, he only came up with 1 word, and then his mind went blank. No more responses. And similar with boys' names. He was able to do okay in the first, the second, and even the third, but it tapered off. And by the fourth 15-second segment, again, his mind went blank, and the total score here is in the borderline range.
What do you mean by borderline?
So borderline is a score that is equivalent to an IQ of 70. It's already the lower percentile in terms of one's functioning. So one sees over here that there's some major decline in terms of how his mind is able to process information.
Okay.
And then in the last test, which is category switching, again, the first 15 seconds he was okay. It diminished the second, the third, and then by the fourth 15 second, again, no response. Again, this is a borderline 75, where, again, there's a diminished capacity over time.
Do you think he was malingering on the last test, on both of these categories, and that he did so poorly?
So one may have suspected that that could have been a possibility. However, throughout his performance on the entire battery, it came to a point where he did quite well in the beginning, and then over time, he just couldn't respond, didn't respond, and was not able. So that was a pattern that was throughout the testing. So I do believe that he tried, and yet somehow his brain is able to go like, in a car, he could go like 0 to 70 in a few seconds, but then he couldn't sustain that. He couldn't keep that level up, and then rapidly went back down to 0.
Okay. Did you have him perform any other tests?
That was what I completed on the first day of testing
All right.
on June 18. On June 19th, the next day, it's Wednesday, last Wednesday, I did another malingering measure to start out with. This was called the word choice. The individual was shown 50 words on a card. Each word is repeated. I say it out loud. And they have to respond whether it is either natural or it's man-made or it's natural. That's the instructions on the test. After the 50 words are presented, then the individual is given a card with 2 words on it. One of the words was the correct and the other was an incorrect word, and they have to correctly identify the word that was stated.
All right, now I'm a little confused. What do you mean by when was a correct word and when was incorrect? Was it spelled incorrectly or was?
No. So, for example, one of the words, let's say, was bird. And then he would respond, is bird natural or is that man-made? So Mr. Wilson said, bird is natural. Let's say another word, lightning. Again, it's on a card. I say lightning, and then he has to say, is it man-made or is it natural? And he would say, it is natural. Another word, just to give an example, game. And he would say, and I would say game, and then he would say that's man-made. So 50 words like that are presented. After the 50 words are presented, then he's given a card. On the card, it has 2 words, crib and bird. And he responded the correct word by saying bird, which was one of the words that I said. And you go through, there's 50 words. His score was 48 out of 50. He made 2 errors, but still that is considered to be in the normal limits. And again, indicative that he's not malingering. He's not looking to say the wrong word. He's not looking to fake and to be disingenuous or try to say the incorrect word.
Okay. Continue with, how did he do on that test?
That was fine. That was
That was the 48 out of 50?
right, correct.
Okay.
The next test that I gave him was the Ray complex Ostrich figure. He had to copy a figure. The figure is a complicated design. I could
tell the jury what it's comprised of. I mean, is it a log cabin? Is it a deer? What is it?
So this is what the picture looks like. It's a little small, but obviously without the numbers. This picture is given to the individual. They have to copy the picture.
Do they get to copy it while they're looking at it?
That's correct.
Okay.
And this is his copy. So his copy, as you can see the difference between the original and the copy. The copy is right in front of him. This is a copy that has many distortions, what's called graphic distortions. The copy is inaccurate. It reflects what's considered to be a right hemispheric parietal occipital lobe impairment. When you see this type of picture in terms of the inability to copy something to such an extent with such major distortions, it raises issues in terms of the graphic, the motor, the visual, the sensory. There are many, many skills involved, and the picture is just a distortion in many ways of the original. And this is moderately to severely impaired in terms of when it's scored on normative data. Again, there's individual scoring in terms of getting.
Yeah, and how do you score something like that? Is that subjective? Is there an objective standard?
So there's an objective scoring. For example, there's 18 different elements, and for number one, cross upper left corner outside of the rectangle. So there's very specific criteria how you score it. It's either scored 2 points, 1 point, a half a point, or no points. So again, based on his performance, he got 23 out of 36 possible points.
Where does that put him on the scale?
So that was 2.4 standard deviations below the mean.
Okay, now you're going to have to explain that. Well, maybe not. Maybe you just need to explain it to me. What's the mean?
So the mean on every test means the average. That means the average would be how many people would score in this particular range, in the average range.
You said he was 2.4 deviations below that?
That's correct.
Okay, so what percentage of the people testing would that put him into?
Well, that would put him very low, the lower percentiles. We can talk about psychometric equivalence. We're trying to just compare to simplify apples to apples. In other words, 100 is the average. Each 15 points, and I'll talk about that soon in the IQ, it goes 1 standard deviation above and below. And the same thing in any other measure. We talk a standard deviation means that there's a certain percentage of the population is below. 2 standard deviations would be like a 70, which is borderline, and below that is even lower. We're talking about the very low end of the population.
And you said that it indicated to you what could be an issue with what part of his brain?
Well, usually the right brain, which is the nonverbal brain, and that would be considered the occipital parietal lobe. Again, sensory ability, graphic distortions, and this type of performance in of itself, I'll never make any conclusions based on one single test, but it's accumulation of all the tests, all consideration, the entire profile. But certainly this is a red flag in terms of there's something really deviant about his ability here.
Okay. Now, you use the term deviant. You mean deviation as not deviant as in evil or something like that?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And then I gave him the half-hour delay recall, which was missing elements.
So was that drawing supposed to have been done based upon the original drawing that you showed him that you just showed the jury?
That's correct.
But that had the element of memory in it because he didn't have the original drawing in front of him.
That's correct.
Okay.
Right.
All right. And what were his results in that test?
So because one expects that one will not remember over a half hour, there's going to be a memory decline. So it's only it was only 0.75 standard deviations. It was less than 1 standard deviation. So on a relative norm, this performance was better compared to the original, although it's missing elements. But at least what he did remember wasn't as distorted. So there's elements here. I mean, there's some distortions, but still he was able to get the main, mostly the main items. I mean, not all. Mostly he didn't. He got only 10 out of the 36 in terms of scoring. And yet, again, there's consideration given because there's a half-hour delay. The next was the IQ, the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, 4th edition.
Some of these tests are like a 4th or 5th edition. Obviously, as time goes on, do they make modifications to the testing procedures?
Right. So the WACE, the Wechsler, has been modified 4 times already, maybe 5 times, every 10 years or so. And I'm sure they're in the process of redoing the test. The norms are updated. There's new questions. The test becomes more sophisticated in terms of statistical analysis. So it's an upgrade each 10 years or so in terms of the performance on the test.
I think you've already told us that all the tests you asked him to perform are widely accepted in your field.
Right. So the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale is the gold standard. I can mention that in the jail records, the DOC records, they gave him the Beta, which is a screening device. His IQ came out always around 100, maybe a little low, 98. That was done a few times. But the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale is the gold standard for intellectual assessment.
Okay. Now, it tests several areas, does it not?
Correct. So the test is divided into several different subtests. His performance is both on the verbal and the performance. There's attention, concentration, processing. It's broken down into, again, different elements, and ultimately there's the full scale is obtained. As I mentioned before, Mr. Wilson did okay in the beginning of every single test, but then as it became more difficult or as it became more complex, he said he couldn't do it. And even though I tried to encourage him, sometimes I was able to encourage him to do more, sometimes I was not able, and the complexity of the test made it difficult for him to do it, even to try, and that's when he said, I can't do it. So that happened many times throughout this IQ test.
Okay. What were the final scores or results?
So the full scale IQ is 92. 92 is the 30th percentile. It's the lower end of the average range. The average range goes between a score of 90 and 109. So this score is really a composite of 4 different subtests.
Did he express or did he score lower on some sections than others?
Yes. So the highest was verbal comprehension. That was just verbal, which is his strength, and that was a score of 98. That was at the 45th percentile.
That would be the left hemisphere.
That's correct.
Okay.
More or less.
Okay.
On perceptual reasoning, which is the nonverbal, he scored 77, which is in the borderline range, at the 6th percentile, and a 21-point split between the verbal and the perceptual, which is significant. That's statistically significant, a 21-point split, a discrepancy. Working memory was 95, that's average, and processing speed was 108. That was his highest score. That was in the upper end of the average range at the 70th percentile. So a few things. First of all, the fact that he had done so well in processing, which again is quick, fast, repeating digits, forward, backwards, he did very well. And short, very short items, very quick. Mr. Wilson is very good. Gave me his full performance, his best performance. But the discrepancy between the processing speed and perceptual reasoning is 31 points. That's over 2 standard deviations between these two scores. And I refer to discrepancies in IQ as cognitive dysregulation. And
What does that mean?
what I mean by that is one expects that IQ, when it's given, both right and left hemispheric skills should be more or less equal. One expects there shouldn't be such discrepancy between different skills. One should be able to do both of them at their best ability. And when there's such discrepancies between different skill levels, one suspects that there may be something that is going on in terms of their brain functioning that could explain why is it that on some areas he's functioning quite well, and other areas he's quite poor. So that's what I refer to as cognitive dysregulation. Again, statistically, this is significant in terms of the differences, and these discrepancies are to be noted in terms of the overall analysis as to why this is occurring.
Okay. Did you ask him to perform any other tests?
Yes. So I asked them also to conduct the Wide Range Achievement Test, 5th edition. It's an achievement test. And his scores were basically normal in the average range. Word reading was 104, spelling 100, sentence comprehension was 110. That's all greater than the 12th grade level. So consistent with the fact that he completed high school, he obtained his GED. These scores are all consistent. Math computation was the lowest, 87. He has difficulty with math, and that was at a grade equivalent of 6.1. And that's consistent with, again, his transcripts and records in terms of his math abilities. Now, probably the most significant test in terms of neuropsychological functioning was the Wisconsin card sorting test.
Yeah, explain to the jury what that test is.
The Wisconsin card sorting test is a test of executive functioning.
What do you mean by executive function?
So frontal lobe ability, the front part of the brain, right here. This is the frontal lobes. If you put your fingers right over here, this covers the whole frontal lobe. The frontal lobes are the executive functioning that we all have in terms of decision-making, problem-solving, ability to stop and to consider different options, to think. Every one of us needs our frontal lobes on a daily functioning. Very simple example, like you're sitting and you're crossing the street. There's a red light. The red light tells you to stop. The green light tells you to go. So you have to use your frontal lobes to understand and recognize that red means stop, green means go, and to figure out that that is for one's safety, and one should wait until it turns green, whether you're driving or walking. Again, that's a frontal lobe activity, simply to process information, to weigh it, to look at it, and to understand, obviously, the benefits and figuring out that how that can ultimately be beneficial for the individual. That's on a very simple level. But the frontal lobes are needed for every activity that we do in our daily lives.
Okay, and how does this test measure that?
So, so this test, the individual is given a set of cards, and they have to match the cards to either the color, the form, or the number. They're not given any instructions to how to do the test, but they simply have to, the examiner, myself, will say either you're right or wrong. They have to first complete 10 cards in a row with the color scheme, followed then by 10 cards in a row with the form.
What do you mean by form?
So it could be a cross, it could be a triangle, it could be a circle. Again, one has to match the card to the same form of the 4 cards that appears. And finally, the number, how many numbers of items are in the particular card, whether it would be, again, circles, there'd be 4 circles or three triangles. Again, one has to follow that pattern. Now, individual is told that they're right if they complete the set. And of course, again, the instructions are not given other than I'll tell you if you're right or wrong. So he got the first 10 right about color. He understood that almost immediately. The next was form. And what happened is he starts to get it correct, but then he's unable to sustain the mental processes to continue with the form. And then he goes back to an incorrect response. And this goes on and on. And that's what's called a perseverative response. Perseverative means that you perseverate on the wrong answer. There's a sequence that is required. The individual has to follow the same pattern in terms of their mind, in terms of their mental abilities to sustain the same answer in order to get it correct. And that's where he has, there's a breakdown in terms of the mental functioning, and that's perseverative errors. He doesn't get 10 correct until almost half the test is completed of the form. So all the time, he keeps on getting wrong answers. And then he gets correct, then he gets wrong. This goes back and forth.
Okay. And now you had color, you had form, and what was the last one?
It was color, form, and number.
Oh, and the number. You've already told us how he was doing on all 3 then.
Right. So the number, he did not get the number correct until almost the end of the test. He got that correct. So he got 3 total categories. But after number, it goes back to color. Mr. Wilson never got that concept. He couldn't figure out that you have to go back to color again. And at the end of the test, he committed 19 perseverative errors. So that was, at the end of the test, it was even worse than at any point of the test. The cumulative perseverative errors of 43 was 7.15 standard deviations below the mean.
And what did that signal you?
So this was profoundly impaired frontal lobe executive functioning skills. Just to give you an idea, the mean is approximately 7. It's a little below 7. In other words, 7 perseverative errors would be the mean. So his score of 43 was 7 times that number. This is a very aberrant score. This shows how his mental processes, how they break down. They are very impaired. His thinking processes are compromised. Again, information processing, the ability to profit from feedback, the impairment in terms of his ability to see through correct solutions to a problem. This is, again, a neurobehavioral, a cognitive, and processes that is so way beyond the norm.
If Mr. Wilson were under the influence of a controlled substance, would you expect the results to be even worse?
Yes.
All right, did you have him perform any other tests?
So the last test was the Wechsler adult, the Wechsler memory scale, fourth edition. This is a complicated test of memory. Again, it has visual and verbal memory. The test is very challenging, very difficult.
Based upon his prior test results, would you have expected him to do better on the verbal?
Well, maybe, but it's so complicated that even on this part, because there's a memory component here. So the memory component, for example, requires the individual, you read a paragraph, it's about 4 or 5 sentences, and then he has to repeat it. That was fine. He did the first paragraph somewhat okay. But then the second paragraph, again, the second story, the cognitive processes were overloaded. Nothing went in. In order to get something in terms of cognitive processes, you have to first get it in to your mental processes, and then you're able to rehearse it, get feedback, and have an output. There was no input whatsoever here.
And try and, if you can, describe to the jury what Mr. Wilson looked like or how he was acting during this process.
Well, he was very interactive. Again, as I mentioned, it was through a glass, but he stood up on the ledge. He made sure that I heard him. He was very attentive. He really tried his very best.
But I'm more curious about this last test.
Okay, well,
it's like he shut down completely.
Right. So yeah, right. In terms of that, yes. The first paragraph he was fine. The second paragraph he was totally shut down. No response. The same thing came in terms of asking him to draw pictures. Initially, he was okay. I showed him 5 different pictures, and he was able to do more or less, 4 out of the 5. And came to a half-hour delay recall. He only got 2 out of the 5. And then, as the test progressed, the last one was a very complicated task of paired associates. You give a list of 14 words. You give 1 word, you go through a list of 14 pairs, and then they go through 1 word. Please give me the word that I just said. That's it. He was done. He was shut down, and he said, I can't do any more. So this.
Did you draw a particular conclusion from his total inability to finish that test?
So what I was able to score all falls within the borderline range. Very, very low. This just to show, this is a bell-shaped curve, just to give some idea of what we're talking about. The average is here 100.
That's the median?
That's the median. 70 is the lower percentile, the lower 2 to 3 percentile of the population. So this is where he falls on this particular test. Again, it's indicative where the task becomes more complicated, more complex. That's where there's a breakdown. So the breakdown is in terms of things that is somewhat easier or more manageable in terms of his mental processes, and then where it's more complicated and more sophisticated and certainly requires more cognitive, frontal lobe, executive functioning ability, that's when there's a complete total breakdown.
In doing your research and interviewing Mr. Wilson and others, were you able to determine whether or not Mr. Wilson had sustained any head injuries during his lifetime?
Yes. Mr. Wilson has a whole series of head injuries. Mr. Steve Wilson, the father, reported that at age 10, while playing baseball, he was running to catch a ball and smashed into a metal fence. His front tooth cracked, and he had a lump on his head. and he was a very good sports player. At age 11, playing football, he caught the ball from a kickoff. He was a safety return. He played many positions, but this time he was a safety return, and he was hit so hard that he was woozy and had a concussion. Then again, that was from his father. He played tackle football for 4 years, and he was hit hard, very hard, many times. He also played basketball. At age 18, he had a motor vehicle accident. He was sitting in the back seat without a seat belt, and the driver ran into a big tree. Mr. Wilson said, "I remember waking up and it looked like everyone in the car was dead." He suffered a loss of consciousness and his head hurt, but he did not go to the hospital. At age 21, he had another motor vehicle accident. He was sitting in the passenger seat without a seatbelt, and the driver hit a big oak tree. He blanked out for a few minutes and was taken by ambulance to Tallahassee Memorial Hospital. He signed out of the hospital AMA against medical advice. This was confirmed by both his father and his sister. His sister called the hospital and found out that they performed a CT scan of the brain and there was no bleeding. The mom reported that at age 20, Mr. Wilson overdosed on drugs and he had a grand mal seizure. An ambulance came and took him to the hospital. Again, the CT was performed, and the sister again reported there was no bleeding. The DOC records on 6/3/18 reported that he was jumped by 3 inmates and suffered a loss of consciousness for 1 to 2 minutes. The DOC jail records have what is called a head trauma protocol. They performed this protocol suspecting that he had loss of consciousness, and that is in the jail medical records.
Now, you're, oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just fine. Just one final. The DOC records in December of 2021, Wade complained of chronic migraine headaches, and they performed another CT scan. So this is more recent.
Okay. Obviously, you're a neuropsychologist and not a neurologist, but after you had him perform all the tests, you interviewed all of these individuals, you compiled the information. What was your ultimate conclusion?
So my ultimate conclusion is that Mr. Wilson has neurocognitive brain impairment. Most likely right hemispheric and also frontal lobe involvement. There's enough data to support that his brain is not functioning like a normal, healthy individual. It's supported by the fact that he has multiple head injuries, and this is a synergistic effect. Each one is adds on in more than just a cumulative, but it's in exponentially, it's worse. And throughout his life, he's had multiple head injuries. And brain scans have been performed, although these are just CT scans, nothing more than that. This is also complicated, certainly by his drug usage over his life, as well as psychiatric conditions, which are numerous. And currently he's on medication. He's been on medication for many, many years to quiet his brain, to have his brain functioning, to try to have him at least at a state of ease in terms of his brain functioning, which he recognizes, and certainly the family recognizes, is abnormal.
But the efforts of Mr. Wilson, and more particularly his family, to correct this have been minimal.
That's correct.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Eisenstein. I guess good morning for one more minute. Sir, I want to go through your background for a few minutes before we get into your opinions. You worked in a forensic unit for 4 years directly after completing your internships, is that correct?
Correct.
And during that time, you were mainly doing forensic work, so evaluations, finding if people are competent?
Well, I didn't, this was a treatment unit, so it wasn't questions of competency, but it was more treatment.
Okay. Now, after that, you moved down to Sunrise, Florida,
Correct.
and that's where you were employed by a rehabilitation center.
That's correct.
During that time, you actually you were only employed by them for 1 year.
That's correct.
Then after that, you started doing contract work.
Correct.
You mentioned Mount Sinai Hospital, being with them for 40 years, but they don't employ you, correct?
That's correct.
So actually, all your work after you left that 1 year of employment was contract work.
That's correct.
So you would go to maybe a rehabilitation hospital, do an evaluation for them or some work for them, and you'd bill them by the hour.
Correct.
Now, at some point, you actually conducted an evaluation, and the defense attorney noticed your evaluation and asked you to testify in a capital case.
Correct.
And that was in the late 80s.
Correct.
Now, after you took that first capital case, you then started to take on more of those cases.
Correct.
And that became the bulk of your work.
Correct.
And so now it takes up 99% of your work, capital cases.
Well, no, not 99%. I would say maybe more like 80%.
Okay. What's the other 20% then?
Well, as I mentioned, I do independent medical examinations. I work for insurance companies. I have a small psychotherapy practice, so it's a variety.
In your small psychotherapy practice you have probably 4 patients or 5 patients right now?
That's correct.
Now, you have testified over 150 times in capital cases,
Correct.
and always for the defense.
Correct.
Never once have you been hired by the state of Florida.
I was hired once, but that was after the defense. That's correct. But it's mostly for the defense. Correct.
And in almost every single one of these cases you testify in, you diagnose them with some sort of prefrontal cortex damage or some sort of brain damage, correct?
Correct.
And that's your main diagnosis in this case.
Correct.
Now, you began reviewing this case on June 4th of this year.
Correct.
You bill at the rate of $300 an hour.
Correct.
Now, prior to meeting with the defendant, you actually had gone through $10,000 worth of money. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. Well, didn't you have to actually request an additional $10,000 because you had already billed for $10,000?
Well, that's up until this point.
Okay. So you had billed up until this point for $10,000.
That's correct.
And you needed additional hours.
That's correct.
Now, if I did my math correctly, $10,000 divided by the $300 JAC rate means that you spent 33 hours and needed more hours, correct?
Well, it was 31 hours, and there was also travel time.
Okay. So you did 31 hours. Is that prior to testing?
No, that's including testing.
So 7 hours of testing
Correct.
and 24 hours of review.
Well, yeah.
Okay. So you spent 24 hours reviewing in addition to the testing.
Well, yeah, it's broken down to both the testing, the scoring, the analysis, the review of records.
Okay, well, prior to testing him and doing your work after the testing, you had already billed 31 hours, correct? Or you had 31 hours that you had performed?
Correct.
Okay, so 31 hours leading up to this point where you have to now test and analyze him.
Correct.
Now, you would agree that the review of the materials is important.
Correct.
Background information is important to the work you do.
Correct.
Now, you're not a medical doctor,
Correct.
and you're not a neurologist.
Correct.
So you don't deal with really doing CT scans or analyzing those types of brain scans that a neurologist may do.
That's correct.
Now, would you agree that part of the reason that it's important to review these materials and be familiar with them is to see how they mesh with your testing, to see if there's consistencies between everyday life and the testing you perform?
Correct.
So for instance, if you performed IQ testing on someone and they score 65, but you know from their school records that they're an AP honor student getting all A's, that would raise some red flags.
Correct.
Because someone who's doing that well in school shouldn't have a 65 IQ.
That's correct.
Now, I want to go through the records you reviewed for this case. You mentioned you reviewed the medical records, which contain the mental health records of the defendant.
Correct.
Now, there are 10 years worth of records that you've reviewed.
Correct.
And no records are from any private psychiatrist or psychologist that outside of the jail setting.
Correct.
And in fact, you talked to the parents and you were unable to obtain any psychological records from them.
Correct.
In fact, it was just a 4-page, very brief synopsis of mental health issues that their son had.
Correct.
Now, in those jail medical records, you talked about how he's got all these diagnoses. I think you said, I'm not going to get all the ones you said, but I want to just go through some of them. You said he was diagnosed with depression,
Correct.
anxiety,
Correct.
schizophrenia,
Correct.
adjustment disorder,
Correct.
bipolar,
Correct.
schizoaffective.
Correct.
All right, did I get them all?
I believe so.
All right, so let's talk about depression. Would it be likely that someone who's incarcerated, especially for first-degree murders, may feel a little depressed?
Correct.
Is it common that someone who's incarcerated in that type of setting may feel anxious?
Correct.
And as far as schizophrenia, where in the records did you see that he had a diagnosis for schizophrenia?
You're correct. I'm sorry. It was schizoaffective.
Okay, so no diagnosis for schizophrenia.
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree that almost everything in the records is self-reporting by the defendant.
Well, it's the self-report and the analysis by the professional staff in the jail.
Okay, what analysis did you see by jail staff listing out symptoms and a basis for a diagnosis?
Again, I'm not sure that there was a listing of symptoms, but certainly there was a diagnosis, and there's been medication that has been throughout the 10 years, a variety of different medications. And medications are not given to every single individual in the jail system. So I think that one can look at the fact that there is medication is indicative of the fact that they acknowledge that there's certain conditions that warrant giving of the medication.
So you reviewed as part of these medical records, when a patient comes into the jail, they go through an intake process.
Correct.
And at that intake process, they're asked if they have any mental health conditions.
Correct.
And at that point, they can say, I have a diagnosis for depression.
They report it, and then the staff, whether it's the staff, if it's the psychiatrist on staff or the other qualified staff in mental health, they make that assessment.
I want to ask you about the DSM-5. Are you familiar with the DSM-5? I think there's a newer version out, maybe the DSM-5 TR.
That's correct.
You're familiar with this?
Yes.
And what is the DSM-5, doctor?
That's the diagnostic manual in terms of different psychiatric conditions and the basis to make a diagnosis.
And it's recognized and used by psychologists all over the world.
And psychiatrists, yes.
Now, in this DSM-5, there are very specific criteria that must be followed and must be present in order to make a diagnosis.
Correct.
And anywhere in the records, did you see a diagnosis in conjunction with the factors needed to make that diagnosis that are stated in the DSM-5?
No.
Now, you also mentioned that you reviewed investigative reports.
Correct.
Now, those were created by an investigator hired for the defense.
Correct.
And actually, in that investigative report, the defendant told the investigator that he was a heavy drug user
Correct.
and that he had a diagnosis of attention deficit disorder.
Correct.
And you would agree attention deficit disorder affects the prefrontal lobe.
Correct.
You also mentioned that you reviewed his school records.
Correct.
It's a one-page document.
Correct.
It's a transcript of his high school years.
Correct.
And so this transcript of his high school years would be after he's having these problems with drugs and allegedly with mental health.
Right. During that time.
Because he started at 13, according
Correct.
to his parents. All right, so let's talk about his school records. You would agree that he got mainly A's, B's, and C's, but consistently struggled with math.
Correct.
And you would agree that in 12th grade, he got a B in math.
Correct.
And he got a couple C's, but the rest A's and B's.
Correct.
Now, doctor, you wouldn't say those are awful scores, correct?
No.
And in fact, did you see what his class rank was?
Yes, it was like about, he was half.
He was 133 out of 260, right?
So he's a little below half.
Okay, so close in the middle.
That's correct.
Now, you also indicated that you reviewed a letter from his sister, Dr. Wendy Wilson.
Correct.
She's a radiologist.
She is a pediatric radiologist. Correct.
Okay? And so I assume was a radiologist and then got her subspecialty in pediatrics.
Correct.
Now, she's trained as part of being a radiologist to review x-rays, CT scans, and other types of imaging.
Correct.
And you spoke to her.
Correct.
And you spoke to his adoptive parents,
Correct.
loving people,
Correct.
loving home,
Yes.
close-knit family,
Correct.
did everything they could for him.
Absolutely.
But they're unable to actually give you any details regarding his diagnoses from specific doctors or much detail surrounding his mental health.
Correct.
And they talked about this dramatic change when he was 13 where he became withdrawn, uncooperative, moody.
Correct.
Those also things that you might see with someone who begins using drugs.
Correct.
You also mentioned that he was Baker acted.
Correct.
And in all of the records you reviewed, and in all of your conversations with his family, he was only Baker acted one time.
Correct.
And that one Baker Act was related to his father finding drugs.
Correct.
And when his father found drugs, he called the police. Police came. Defendant ran from police. Subsequently gets Baker acted.
Correct.
And he actually is Baker acted not for multiple days. He's released the next day, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you review the statement made by Joshua Lukic, who called 911 regarding the defendant telling him he had just killed 2 women?
No.
Did you review the 911 call?
No.
So you weren't able to gauge whether the defendant had difficulty remembering the events of October 7th of 2019 when he talked to Joshua Lukic.
I did not review those.
And you weren't able to gauge whether he exhibited any signs of prefrontal lobe damage during that time when he was with Joshua Lukic.
Correct.
Did you review the statement of Stephanie Johnson, who was with the defendant throughout the evening and morning of the murder?
No.
And so you wouldn't know whether he was acting appropriately.
Correct.
And you don't know whether he was acting as someone who might with prefrontal cortex damage.
Correct.
Now, did you review the statement of Melissa Montanez and her interactions with the defendant on October 6th and 7th?
No.
Do you know who she is?
No.
She was the victim of the battery that survived? Okay. So you don't know whether he was acting as someone might with prefrontal cortex damage in his interactions with her?
Correct.
And you don't know whether he was exhibiting any signs of memory impairment in his interaction with Melissa Montanez?
Correct.
Now, did you review the witnesses' statements who viewed the battery that he committed on Melissa Montanez, either Shayna Williamson, Don Griffin, Amy Sablazian?
No.
So did you review the statement he made to Timothy McCormick after the defendant murdered Diane and Christine?
No,
Did you watch the video of his interaction with the officer?
no.
Don't you think his interaction with the officer might be important to gauge whether he was having memory issues or exhibiting any type of prefrontal lobe damage at the time?
Correct.
But you didn't watch that.
No, I did not.
Now, you also mentioned in your testimony about your prefrontal lobe helping you determine whether if the light's green, then you know you need to go. If the light's red, you know you need to stop.
Correct.
Correct? So if somebody was getting stopped by a police officer who had just committed 2 murders, they might think, it's time for me to go. Would that be a logical step potentially in someone who has just been caught for murder?
Perhaps.
Would you also agree that someone who is able to back into a parking space, that they would need their prefrontal lobe to be able to make that decision and then be able to do that?
Correct.
Now, did you listen to the defendant's statement where he confessed to the murder?
No.
And you agree that a detailed statement recounting the murders from 3 days prior would be difficult for someone to do who scored in the 2 to 3% range from memory?
Perhaps.
You think it might be important to listen to a statement the defendant made 3 days after the murder to gauge the defendant's cognitive functioning?
Correct.
But you did not do that.
No.
Now, there were also hundreds of emails that he sent to dozens of women. Did you review any of those?
No.
Would you expect someone who scores in the 2 to 3 percentile from memory to have a difficult time dialoguing with over a dozen women about various things and remembering the day-to-day of what he's talking to them about?
Perhaps.
Let's move on to head trauma. You went through a series of events that you believe are head trauma. You said that when he was 10, he was running to catch a ball and broke his tooth on a metal fence and got a lump on his head.
Correct.
Okay. Is that also could be called a goose egg?
Maybe.
It falls down, hits their head, a little swelling, put some ice on it, kid runs off to play.
Well, it also could be a hematoma.
Okay, which is swelling
Yes.
with a little blood in.
Yes.
Okay, and they didn't take him to the hospital.
Correct.
Nothing seemed wrong. He was able to walk and able to talk and function.
Correct.
Now, at 11, he caught a football and was hit so hard he got woozy. Okay? Did they take him to the hospital for that?
No.
And again, he's able to walk and talk and eat, and there's no medical concern from getting hit with a football that would cause his parents to take him to get medical care.
Correct.
And you'd expect loving parents to take him for medical care if they had concerns.
Right. Well, I think also the concern for, especially now in terms of football injuries in 2024 is quite different than it was 20 years ago.
So let's talk about that. He wasn't in the NFL,
No.
and he wasn't some big-time football player.
Well, he played 4 years tackle football.
But that's not, I mean, he's not 4 years, right?
I'm sorry?
4 years is all that you know of. that
Well,
he
that's a
played
long time.
Okay. But again, during those 4 years of football, there's no indication that he's having any kind of head problems or memory problems or cognitive problems that he needs treatment for.
Well, he's hit hard many times. He plays hard. So, again, it was a different era, a different time.
Okay, well, I mean, he's 30 years old. This isn't 40 years ago that we're talking about, right?
No, but we're talking 20 years ago.
Okay, so, but to my question was, doctor, was he ever taken for any kind of treatment as a result of any injuries he got in those 4 years of playing football?
No.
And you'd agree from the time a kid starts walking, they constantly are falling. Bumps on the playground, sports injuries, that's not uncommon.
Correct.
Now, you also mentioned with his head, regarding his head trauma, he got into 2 accidents. And that's according to the defendant, correct?
Well, both the defendant and subsequent, also the father and mother reported.
So let's talk about that first accident. Doesn't go to the hospital. not taken to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
Second time he goes, he gets a CT scan.
Correct.
So they check out his head to make sure there's no injury, no bleeding.
Correct.
And actually, his sister, who's a radiologist and trained to read CT scans, reviewed that CT scan and confirmed there was no damage.
Well, I'm not sure she reviewed it, but she called and they said there was no bleeding.
Okay, so again, normal, no follow-up care.
Correct.
And when he was jumped in jail, there was actually a CT scan performed, and that was normal as well.
Correct.
And in fact, the only thing they gave him was Flonase.
Correct.
You're familiar with Flonase?
I'm not sure.
It's a spray to treat stuffy noses, allergies. Is that
Okay.
correct? You don't know.
Well, they did a head protocol on him,
All right, and
head trauma protocol.
again, CT scan was normal,
That's correct.
and the only thing he gave him was Flonase.
Okay.
But you don't know, you're not sure what Flonase is. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm not sure exactly what they did at the time, but that's correct.
Okay. Now, at age 20, he actually overdosed and had a normal CT scan. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, as far as you're concerned, all the CT scans he's had are normal with no hemorrhaging, meaning no bleeding.
Correct.
So tell me, doctor, in your review of the records of the CT scans and of talking to his family, what history did you find of actual brain damage in the records?
So the fact that a CT scan was performed so many times on him with multiple head injuries, we know that the CT scan is a measure which basically tells you whether or not there's any bones which are fractured and whether or not there's bleeding. But it doesn't go beyond that. And beyond that, there was no test performed. But again, to the extent that there were so many head injuries and there are so many CT scans that were performed over time, as I mentioned, there's certainly a history of synergistic effect of head injuries that Mr. Wilson suffered.
Okay, let's talk about that. I want to break that down a little bit because it's a lot of big talk, but I want to break that down. So you would agree that if somebody goes into the emergency room or emergency department as it's now called, if they were to go in and say that they bumped their head, you would expect a CT scan would be performed, would you not?
Perhaps.
There are certain protocols that medical doctors would follow when there's a reported injury.
Correct.
And you would agree that when someone gets in a car accident, there would be specific or certain protocol that professionals would follow to determine whether there was any type of injury.
That's correct.
So the fact that he's had multiple CT scans does not mean that he's had multiple brain injuries.
Well, the only reason they would do the CT scan is to follow the protocol of head injuries. So
Right.
he's had multiple head injuries.
Well, let me ask it this way. If somebody goes in and gets an x-ray for a foot that's injured and it's not broken, you wouldn't say that if they had 6 x-rays for their foot that it must mean they have a broken foot, right?
No, but what it would mean is the fact that there's indication that there may be some abnormality, something wrong, and there certainly could be some indication of residual problems.
But you haven't seen any evidence of issues with any of his CT scans.
That's correct.
So you're making an assumption that because he's had numerous CT scans, he must therefore have some type of brain injury because of these various falls or injuries.
Well, I'm just saying that the CT scans were performed because of suspected brain injury. The fact is that there's a history of multiple brain injuries due to a variety of different circumstances, and that is something that one certainly would make a consideration in terms of what their brain functioning may be.
Okay, so you're using the term brain injuries, but the CT scans don't support any brain injuries from what you've seen.
Again, there's no fracture and there's no bleeding, but that doesn't mean there's no brain injury.
Okay, but my question is, again, none of these records actually show a brain injury. There could be, but they don't show it.
Well, the test is as sophisticated as what it can do.
Okay, but according to the test that you are able to review, there's no,
Objection argumentative.
does not answer the question.
You can ask your question.
The question again, doctor, is these CT scans, there's no evidence that you've seen of the brain, of any brain injury.
They were normal, that's correct.
So, some falls in sports, 2 car accidents led you to the conclusion he suffers from synergistic head trauma.
That's correct.
And you believe that this head trauma plays a significant part in his brain impairment.
That's correct.
And again, you found no records of any evidence of brain impairment.
Objection repetitive.
Sustained.
All right, now I want to go through his demeanor when you're testing him. Do you see any signs of paranoia?
No.
Any signs of delusions?
No.
Any signs of hallucinations?
No.
Is it psychotic?
I'm sorry?
He wasn't psychotic.
That's correct.
No psychotic symptoms that affected your testing.
That's correct.
In fact, you had a discussion about his mental health.
Correct.
And he told you that he had struggled with mental health his whole life.
Correct.
Did he tell you he had struggled with behavioral issues?
Correct.
Did he tell you he'd been kicked out of school for selling drugs?
Correct.
He told you he was diagnosed with bipolar.
Correct.
He told you he had depression and mania,
Correct.
but he was unable to give you any specific examples of mania.
Correct.
And again, with the DSM, there are very specific requirements to be diagnosed as being in a manic state.
Correct.
And he didn't give you any specific examples of a depressive disorder.
Correct.
And in fact, you didn't ask him any details.
That's correct.
You just took again what he was telling you.
And the records, correct.
And your job is to test his brain and his cognitive functioning.
Correct.
He also told you his mind wasn't working well.
Correct.
You didn't ask him to clarify what that meant.
Well, I mean, he said that his difficulty thinking, difficult with clear thinking, thought processes.
And that could potentially be from the medication he's on.
Well, it's possible, correct.
You took pretty much everything he told you at face value because your job was to be there for testing.
Right, and it's corroborated by the records.
And let's talk about the testing you conducted. You would agree that there were some tests where he got tired and gave up.
Correct.
So while you may not say he's malingering, that affected his scores on those tests because he got tired and gave up. He wasn't able to complete the test.
Well, I wouldn't use the word tired, but I would use that he was unable to complete those tests.
So him being unable to finish the test, or shutting down, or deciding to finish the test, that counts against him.
Correct.
You tested for memory issues, and you indicated he's in the second percentile.
Correct.
So out of 100 people, he's the second worst.
Correct.
How would you expect someone to function in their lives with this kind of memory impairment?
It's difficult.
You would expect that people might observe these things and it might be noticed by others.
Maybe.
Where in the jail records did you find issues of him not remembering things?
Not noted.
In fact, there's places in the jail records that indicate his memory's intact.
Correct.
His parents never reported memory issues.
Again, my testing was very specific. There's various different components of memory. Some of them are actually average, above average, and others that are quite impaired. So again, there's a breakdown of different tasks, different activities.
Sure, but his parents never reported memory issues.
Correct.
You also tested for working memory.
Correct.
And that involves, again, the prefrontal lobe
Correct.
cortex. And you found that on this frontal lobe executive functioning, no tests were normal.
Well, again, on complex behavior, that's where there was the greatest breakdown.
Okay, but you, if I recall, you stated in your deposition that every single one of these frontal lobe executive functioning tests were abnormal.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Just a couple of questions. Did you ask Mr. Wilson's parents for any records or anything that they may have?
Yes, I did.
And did they tell you that, as a matter of fact, their home had burnt to the ground by fire and took everything with it?
Objection outside the scope.
Overruled.
Did they tell you that?
Yes, they did.
So they don't have any records, not through any fault of their own, but they may have had some records at some point in time.
That's correct.
Now, his sister is a doctor. She's a pediatric radiologist.
Correct.
Do you know if she ever tried to help Wade by ordering any PET scans or MRIs or any more complex testing to determine whether or not he had any brain injury?
She did not.
In interviewing his sister and his parents, did you make a determination that at some point in time they had a very close and loving family?
Yes.
But that started to break down at some point, somewhere around 16?
Correct.
Now, the prosecutor asked you questions about whether or not his conduct was appropriate, Mr. Wilson's conduct was appropriate in making a judgment to back into a parking spot or to leave when a law enforcement officer showed up. Would you agree with me that his conduct certainly wasn't appropriate when he killed 2 women and beat another one?
Correct.
At some point in time, I think in your testimony you mentioned that you were informed that the biological mother had mental health issues.
Correct.
Did anybody get into the nature and extent of those issues?
The Candy Wilson mentioned that she was doing drugs while pregnant. And
With
that,
Wade?
yes. Yes.
But you didn't have a chance to talk to the biological mother, did you?
No, I did not.
So you don't know how severe her mental health issues were.
That's correct.
Is it possible that her mental health issues could have been passed on to her child?
Absolutely.
Now, the prosecutor also asked you if you had had a chance to see, read or hear any of Mr. Wilson's statement to law enforcement, and you told her you had not.
That's correct.
So you don't know whether or not he was telling the truth or lying, and it had played no part in your determination that he may have brain trauma.
That's correct.
It wouldn't be relevant in your consideration, would it?
No, my evaluation was independent.
Okay. So you wouldn't need input from all these other sources to make that evaluation?
That's correct.
I don't have any further questions, thank you.
No, you're not.
All right, you can step down, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is after 12:30. It's a good time to break for lunch. I'll wait for them to step down and then we'll... All right. So we're going to break for lunch. It's about 12:35, according to that clock. So what I would do is have you come back here at 1:45, give you a little extra time to get in and get something to eat and get back. just remember my earlier instructions. Don't discuss anything, even among yourselves or with anyone else about this case. Don't do any research, look up anything, watch any local news, reading local newspapers. With that instruction in mind, you are excused, follow the bailiff, and you're excused for lunch to 1:45.
All right.
All right, please be seated. So how many more witnesses do you have? 17. 17? Oh. Okay.
I just couldn't wait to see the look on your face.
That's okay. I can adapt. One, okay. And then I have to have a discussion with Mr. Wilson as well on whether or not he wishes to testify or not. Just think about that over the lunch period, and we'll have that discussion when we come back. Make sure you talk to your attorneys about that. But again, they can't tell you you can or can't. They can give you advice, but ultimately it's your decision. All right? With that will be
One thing, Mayor, we did decide that we're not going to object to the photos being introduced, so I don't know if that'll change his decision about testifying or not, but just wanted to put that out there.
so which photos you're talking about or exhibits?
I believe they're of his childhood, is that correct, Mr. Shirley?
Okay. Just make sure they're marked and identified as with numbers. And I can let y'all do that over the lunch period. Just get them marked by the clerk, and those can be admitted by stipulation. Anything else?
May I approach the clerk?
Yes, absolutely. They don't delineate between the two separate counts of first-degree murder. I don't know if that's by design, or I know the verdict form does, but I didn't know in the instructions if it was required to address the individual counts.
Should we get back to you after lunch about that?
Okay. I don't know if you had any thought.
I was wondering that too, and the quandary of what if there's different recommendations for each county?
Okay. And I know there is an instruction under a guilt phase regarding single defendant, multiple counts.
Sure.
That has some language in there, but it's not in the standard that I saw, and it's not in these, but it's something to consider because you have two separate counts of first-degree murder that we're dealing with separate victims.
And they can make separate recommendations based on the aggregate.
Right. All right. With that, we'll see you back here at 1:45.
Yes, sir.
Well, again, I think this, going back to the scene evidence, again, we knew that there was glass fragments, what appeared to be from a drinking glass, at the scene of the alleged incident.
Is there any glass consistent with the glass that was supposedly found on
February 12th, 2024, is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And within the first paragraph of that report, the last two sentences state, this analysis is based on information currently available to ARCA and is only to be only to be issued in its entirety. However, ARCA reserves the right to supplement or revise this report if additional information becomes available. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
Now, the information that you received and that you reviewed either individually or as a team, that included some state police reports, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Some Canton Police Department reports, correct?
Yes.
Some scene photos, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Medical examiner dispatch removal report, is that right?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Some videos from the location of 34 Fairview Road, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Some photographs of the defendant's vehicle, the 2021 Lexus LX 570, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Photographs of evidence that was recovered from the scene, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
CDR report from the defendant's Lexus.
Yes, sir.
And then essentially there were some other materials, whether they be literature or other things that you and your team of other doctors reviewed over the course of formulating your opinions in this case, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Now, in regard to evidentiary materials that indicates within the report that were reviewed, you talk about the lens cap to the taillight assembly, the taillight assembly photographs of that nature, and then there's mention of a black straw that was found on scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's no mention in the report of either Mr. O'Keefe's shoe or his hat, correct?
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
You are muted. You are unmuted.
Do you need a couple of minutes, Mr. Lally, or do you need a minute?
No, it's fine, Your Honor. Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, are you familiar with a term called compression abrasions?
Compression abrasions? Yes.
And am I correct when I say compression abrasions are essentially when direct pressure from a blunt object together with slight rubbing movements produce skin and epidermal crushing? Is that what your understanding of the term is?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with patterned abrasions?
I am, yes.
And pattern abrasions are injuries that show a distinct pattern that may reflect the shape of the impacting blunt objects that you may see with reference to injuries that are left by that blunt object. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Now, as far as in general terms, from what you reviewed, at any point in time did you look at a state police reconstruction report?
I don't believe that I did, no, sir.
You weren't provided with that, is that correct?
That's correct, I don't believe so.
You weren't provided with any sort of forensic reports, DNA or anything like that, is that correct?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
You never actually looked at the physical car, is that correct?
I did not, that's correct.
And you're aware that the physical car, being the defendant's car, is still in law enforcement custody and available for inspection if you had wanted to? Are you aware of that?
I think I'm aware of that, yes, sir. Yeah.
But you never made that request, is that correct?
That was not necessary in this case to inspect the vehicle.
Whether it's necessary or not, you didn't make that request, correct?
Yeah, I don't remember if we made that request or not. We obviously didn't look at the vehicle, but it wasn't necessary in this case.
Did you ever look at the actual taillight pieces or the taillight housing, is that correct?
Not the actual, we looked at photographs of the evidence, yes.
Now, the injuries that you observed or viewed in materials in regard to Mr. O'Keefe were primarily on the right side of his body, is that correct?
Well, sir, on the right arm and the posterior aspect of the right arm, yes. And then the skull fracture was a little bit to the right, the occipital fracture.
Also bruising on his right hand, is that correct?
There was bruising on the back of his right hand,
On the
yes.
dorsal aspect?
Yes, correct.
And there was also bruising on sort of the posterior of his right knee, is that correct?
There was a small bruise, I believe, yes, sir.
Now, with respect to within your report, you talk about the numerous linear abrasions on the posterior of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in relation to those injuries, there is a sentence in which you or whoever authored this part of the report, I'm assuming it's you, indicate that furthermore, any such injuries would be highly improbable if Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a jacket, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe was not wearing a jacket other than a long sleeve sort of hooded shirt?
I believe that came to light afterwards. Again, it doesn't affect my actual opinions in this case, but it was a sentence added in there, yes, sir.
And so also within your report, same paragraph, you indicate blood and DNA transfer would also be highly probable under such circumstances, none of which were reportedly found on the tail lamp assembly or any of the fractured pieces, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that DNA consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe was actually found on the tail light housing from the defendant's vehicle?
I am aware after we wrote or issued the report that it became known to us that I believe DNA was tested and some DNA was found, I believe a small amount. I don't believe any blood evidence was located or found on any pieces. But there was indication of DNA on the taillight housing.
There was also DNA matching Mr. O'Keefe that was found on the exterior of the piece of drinking glass that was found right near his body.
I believe so, yes, sir.
And there was also pieces of approximately 1/16 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch of clear and red plastic that was subsequently found to be consistent with the defendant's taillight that was found embedded within Mr. O'Keefe's shirts.
Within the shirt, I believe, yes, sir. Not his actual body.
And so this is all things that you found out after you issued your report in February of 2024, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Now, when you were talking about the injuries to the back of the head of Mr. O'Keefe, consistent with coming in contact with a hard surface, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would that hard surface include if the ground was frozen?
Well, you'd have to perform an analysis actually, because you'd have to determine how hard that ground was. You'd have to look at the freeze and thaw cycle, probably leading up to weeks of that. You can't just look at ground and say, well, it's below freezing, so that ground must be frozen. I mean, is it a possibility? It may be, but you have to go through an actual analysis and procedure to determine how hard that ground is and whether it could have produced those injuries.
So it is something that's capable of being done by you, is that correct?
Performing that type of an analysis?
Yes.
You could go through and do it, sure, yeah.
And you didn't do it, correct?
No, I did not do it, no. Because, yeah, there's no need in this case. We don't know what happened in this case. There's no indication of, certainly, it's not consistent with getting hit by the car and ending up where he did, even if the ground is somehow hard enough to cause that type of an injury. Again, there's no movement and no force to get his body over there, and then the damage with the car is inconsistent with him being struck by it. So whether the ground could cause it or not, the roadway could cause it, the curb could cause it, a back could cause it. There's numerous different possibilities, and we don't really have enough evidence in this case to determine what one specific event actually caused that injury.
You didn't have enough evidence based on what you were provided, isn't that fair to say?
I didn't have enough evidence based on what I was provided, and even looking at the additional evidence that I became aware of after the fact, there's still no evidence. I mean, you can't deny the science and the physics as to what would have happened if he was struck by the vehicle. So anything past that, you have to somehow overcome that hurdle, which is very difficult to do.
When was it that you looked at this additional material and who provided it to you?
We were informed after a report was issued that DNA was found. And that was really the primary issue. I believe that some DNA was found on the housing, which, again, there's numerous explanations or ways that DNA can get on a light housing.
Well, let me ask you this, sir. With regard to the materials that you were provided with, was there anything in there that stated that Mr. O'Keefe's skull fracture on the back of his head was caused by contact with the taillight?
No, I don't believe there was anything in those materials that stated
Is there
that.
anything in those materials that indicated or that anyone stated at any point in time that Mr. O'Keefe's arm was outstretched at the time that he was struck by the vehicle?
No, sir, there wasn't.
Was there anything in there indicating that his arm was tucked in at the time that he was struck by the vehicle?
You know, there's no indication in any of that evidence of what he may or may not have been doing, how he may or may not have been positioned. I mean, that's the whole issue. There's no evidence to indicate what may have allegedly occurred in this case.
Now, a typical pedestrian collision that you see through the course of your work involves a pedestrian being struck by the front of a vehicle. Is that fair to say?
I see all types of different people getting run over backwards, cars spinning, hitting sideways, frontal impacts certainly occur, yes, but we see pedestrians getting struck by all parts of the vehicle.
I'm sure you see all kinds. What I'm asking is predominantly when you see a pedestrian collision, the typical pedestrian collision would be a pedestrian crossing a road in front of a vehicle as it's approaching. Is that correct?
That's certainly not uncommon, yes, sir.
Now, as far as, I believe you described a little bit on your direct testimony as far as there be there's differences in the type of injuries that you would expect or anticipate depending on how the vehicle interacted with the pedestrian in a pedestrian collision, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as far as, you familiar with what's called a sideswipe collision?
Yes, sir, I am.
And am I correct when I say that in a typical pedestrian collision with a pedestrian crossing in front of a vehicle, there are a number of different types of interactions as far as a wrap and a forward projection versus a fender vault versus a number of different ways that a pedestrian can interact with the front of a vehicle, correct?
It depends on the position of the pedestrian and certainly the profile of that vehicle and the speed of the vehicle. Yes, sir. There's many different factors involved in it.
And so in a typical pedestrian collision, when a pedestrian is struck by the front of the vehicle, that involves more of an assumption of the velocity of the striking motor vehicle by the pedestrian than you would expect to see in a sideswipe collision, correct?
Well, I mean, yes, generally speaking, a sideswipe means that the person or the pedestrian in the vehicle don't obtain a similar or common velocity. So if you're standing in front of a car and it hits you, it's going to speed you up to that same speed and then disengage. Sideswipe means that there's not this mass-to-mass impact. By its very nature, sideswipe has minimal forces. We see it even between vehicles that just rub against each other. So if there's a sideswipe impact with a pedestrian in a vehicle, there's going to be very little damage to the pedestrian. And similarly, there's going to be very little movement. There's really no force at all acting. You know, for instance, if a car came and swiped by your arm, but didn't have enough force or enough contact to cause any damage, well, it wouldn't actually cause any movement of the person either. So a sideswipe by its very nature involves minimal impact, minimal forces, minimal velocities.
It also contained in the report that you at least co-authored, there's an indication that Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, at least to his skull, the fracture to his skull, are consistent with him having been pushed or possibly been impacted by the subject Lexus and fallen backwards, striking his head. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, so that's another possibility.
Sorry, sir, yes or no?
No, let him answer. Let him answer the question.
So if we're saying that there's enough force if you fall backwards to strike your head and cause that skull fracture, well, he could have slipped and struck his head. The car could have backed up and not known that he was there and nudged him and caused him to fall. I mean, any event that would cause him to fall backwards obviously would result in him striking his head. So there's numerous, almost infinite possibility of different scenarios that could result in that type of an event.
Thanks.
Mr. Jackson?
Nothing further.
Okay. Dr. Renchley, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Jurors, I'm going to see counsel for the last time at sidebar right now.
You are unmuted.
Thank you, Your Honor. With that, the defense rests.
Okay. Jurors, that is the evidence in this case. After all these weeks, that's the evidence that you will hear in this case. The lawyers and I still have work to do for tomorrow. But tomorrow morning, we will have closing arguments. of counsel. They'll get an hour apiece to be able to argue this case to you. I'll instruct you in the law, and then 12 of you will begin your deliberations sometime tomorrow. Okay, so with that, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
All rise for the court, please. Follow me, please.
Jimmy, I left your note on that one. I left your note on a second.
There we go.
the state would call Dawn DeWitt.
I'm having a little bit of a hip issue, so.
Mr. Witt, sorry you had something here under these circumstances. And I'm glad to train.
Thank you. I hate to be here too, but now that I am, I'm going to do my best to read this. Today I stand before you as Elijah Daniel DeWitt's mom. Being Elijah and Delaney's mom is the greatest title I have ever achieved in my life. Elijah was born on August 31st, 2004 at 8:29 a.m. to two parents beyond excited, so in love with his precious soul immediately, and we understood that this tiny human had our heart. 28 months later, we had Delaney. At first, I was scared that I could not love anyone the way I loved him. Yet God has a way to grow a mom's heart. Elijah was just as in love with her as we introduced Elijah to Delaney. At first, he thought she was a baby doll until she moved around. His eyes got big, and at that moment, he became a big brother. His deep, sweet voice, he then called her Haney Grace. I say that all to say on 10/5, I, as his mom, was sentenced to walking the rest of my life with half a heart. And to live with half a heart is almost impossible. That is how every day now feels for me. And I do want to say my husband can't speak because he ended up getting sick and he is sitting in the car, but he does feel this exact same way. Part of understanding the amazing responsibility of parenting was never more true than the night of Elijah's murder. I stood before a police officer and begged him to let me go be with Elijah. Elijah was laying on the ground in the parking lot all alone as I stood there and watched him just lay there. Being dead was not making sense to me. He was 40 feet away. I could see his clothes and his shoes that he walked out of my front door in a few hours before. I wasn't scared to be with him. That is all I wanted. But Elijah did not just die. He was murdered, and well, I could not touch him. Even if I could go be with him, I could not touch him. I have been with Elijah through every step of his life, through poop and injuries, and that day he was a murder victim, and the child I love with all of my soul, he is dead. And I stood there with blue light shining in my eyes watching my kid dead, shot in the heart dead, so bad that I could not hold his hand, and he was alone. Living with Elijah every day, talking to him, laughing with him, seeing his smile, hearing his voice. His life stopped, and his heart could not beat the bullet. With all that, the dream stopped. He did not get to graduate high school and ride off to college with a packed car of dorm room plans. He did not get married and leave with his wife on a horse and carriage or a limousine or even a taxi. Elijah's ride was the Gwinnett County Crime Lab van. They picked up that beautiful baby, that beautiful boy, our son, Delaney's brother, and placed him into a crime lab van. As they drove him away, the fire department began to clean the scene and wash the ground. Elijah's blood was washed into a sewer. I do not think there are words that describe this. Elijah left home to go have fun on fall break, and now he is dead. Not just dead, he is murdered, he is alone. He is at a Gwinnett County Crime Lab. And that just honestly was not even a place we knew existed. Each day I wake up, I still gasp for air as I'm reminded again, he is not here. He is a murder victim and he is not coming home. I get up and I look at his urn, that's why I brought it. To be sure I'm not crazy. Each day I then relive and remember again he is gone and he is not coming home. Then I do my best to live that day. As I have understood, there is no medicine, no surgery, no therapy, nothing that brings him back. The pain, it is impossible to describe. Nothing helps me. Anger doesn't help me. I just have all this pain of loss and nowhere to put it. I just want to explain a little bit about Elijah. When Elijah turned 18, we were in my kitchen and we talked. I'm like, well, now you can vote and you can be an organ donor. And he was pretty interested because Herschel Walker was running in the election, and I don't have all the facts behind it, but we were just talking. And I'm like, well, now you get your chance to vote and be an organ donor. An unfortunate part of life is Elijah's grandmother had died of pancreatic cancer, and they were able to donate her corneas. And being as close as we all were, my children were aware of that. And as we sat in my kitchen, I'm like, well, those are the things you can do. And he's like, absolutely would want to do that. So not only did he continue to inspire and live even after he was dead, he was willing to give up parts of him for someone else. And one of the statements that came to my mind is that Elijah understood if you could help even after death, this is a good thing, and that is what he did. So I'd like to give him credit for that, because that was not my decision. And God has a funny way of making conversations happen when you have no idea why. I don't think that people really realize what, and I don't even think we realized, and I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but to hear his friends and hear Bailey screaming over the phone and knowing I've got to get there. It was my husband's birthday, and I went to Kroger, and now I'm in a hibachi place trying to get food, and I get her call, and she's just like, Elijah's been shot. And I'm like, no way. What? And she's like, he's shot. And I'm like, where are you? She said, find me. And I'm like, where are you? And that's when she said, Dave and Buster's. That moment of his actual shooting and death did not just create, pain. It created extreme trauma for a lot of people, especially his friends, the other people who stopped to help him. So traumatic that they can't let the mother even go up and see their own child. So I just want to bring forth that those kids and the people that were there need to be recognized here as well for the unimaginable trauma. And then his friends not only dealt with that, and Bailey, his girlfriend, they then dealt with major trauma and extreme loss. So I want to bring that out, because what I want people to understand in these types of crimes, and this does not just stop that. My life will never be the same. I can hardly drive. I don't even want to go down 85, and I grew up here, because I relive the screams. I relive having to hear the police officer tell Bailey, because she's telling me, get there. If you can get here, they'll help him, but they already knew he was gone. And I had to be told that over the phone. And then I have to, I had to tell my daughter that her brother is dead over the phone. And that is not something that you can even explain of how that feels. And so I'm going to get back to this, but I did want to make sure that I recognized those sweet children who saw just something that should have never happened. But to stand here today and explain or describe how we suffer, honestly, it's not humanly possible. I've sat for days trying to put it into words, but they just do not exist. I could say what we will miss out on, such as graduation football games where he would battle it out and come home off the field sweaty and stinky, yet he was so proud. I could talk about the talks and support and love of a brother to my daughter. But what I see is the emptiness in Delaney's eyes every day, missing him. I could even say of the wedding we're going to miss out, or the wife he will never have, the beautiful grandchildren we will never have. But most of all of it is we miss our son, not just what he could have been. We miss him. I miss watching him sleep. I miss hearing his voice. I miss just every part of his being. I do want to show what I have physically left of him. Elijah was 6'2", 190 pounds, blonde-headed. And this is what I have physically. And this is what I have. And that should not be. I will say this tragedy, the darkness, and this even makes the light sad. I will tell you there is a longing and desperation inside of my soul that is impossible to fill or ever to refill, because Elijah will never come home, breathe air, eat a hamburger, laugh, see the sunrise or sunset, feel the salt of the ocean, and again, there's just no words that express that pain. I wish I could trade my soul for his so he could live. But today, I will leave this courtroom with his ashes, his hair, and we as a family will leave us 3, not 4, and I'll go home without him with one true hope. And this is my hope for any words that I've shared today, that no one ever goes through the pain we have been sentenced to for the rest of the days that we live. And thank you so much for everything the court has done for our family, and just being so respectful through such a crazy time.
Thank you for sharing these things with us. And I'm sorry for your loss. Parents, families, and children. It's very painful to lose a child.
It was, thank you.
Your Honor, next, the state would call Beverly Somerset. Judge is the grandmother.
I can't read, so my granddaughter's going to.
That's fine, ma'am. I'm glad you're here. I'm sorry again that it's under those circumstances. I'm a grandfather myself. I can't fully appreciate what you're going through.
Thank you so much.
I know it's tough.
Yeah. Oh, Elijah was my cousin. I'm the oldest out of all of our cousins, so I obviously watched him grow up as far as he got. Honorable Judge Faxler, I'm reading this on behalf of my grandmother. My name is Beverly Somerset. I am the grandmother of Elijah DeWitt and mother of Dawn DeWitt, as well as my other daughters, sons in love, and grandchildren and great-grandchildren. I have 8 grandchildren, 2 grandsons in love, 1 granddaughter in love, and Elijah is one of them. He was Elijah, and there was no one like him. He cannot be replaced. He was his own person, and he is and will always be our family. He was generous and would help anyone in need. He had a sense of humor. He dreamed big and was striving to accomplish his dream. He was ours, and we miss him. We love him today because the word loved is not in our vocabulary where Elijah is concerned. Our love doesn't stop just because his body isn't here. Our big to life Elijah will live on through us, and we will never forget him or not celebrate his life. On the night of October 5th, 2022, my life and my family's lives broke into a million pieces. My oldest daughter and granddaughter were knocking on my door with screams coming from the outside. They came to my house to tell me that my grandson was murdered. I felt like I was going to fall apart. My other daughter was screaming to her husband and ran out of her house to get Elijah's mom and dad, leaving their boys at home who were stricken with confusion and pain. These boys ranged from teenage to young adult, but they had to experience a loss so shocking it was even hard to fathom, and the awareness of the evil acts which had taken place. And then married cousins were notified and were heartbroken and in disbelief. This pain was so intense we didn't know how to help each other except to be together, pray, and love one another. Our family was close, and there are no words that can describe the pain and emptiness that we feel. How do we go on? We did not know, but this journey is so heavy. We didn't get to see him for several days. We went to the funeral home. Craig and Dawn went in first alone. My family and I witnessed Elijah's strong mom collapsing to the ground, and I could feel her soul breaking in her scream. I still see this play out in my mind today, and it breaks my heart to know that I could not ease her pain. I go through this scene so many times since that night, and I will see this till the end of my life. It hurts each time I go through this memory. We walked through the days ahead like zombies. We lost sleep and were devastated to the core of our souls. Senior football night, his parents, sister, and teammates honored him as they called out his name, and they walked across that field. But Elijah was missing. It hurt then and it hurts now. His helmet and jacket were on a post by the field, and every time I looked at it, I felt myself dying inside. Sorry. I spoke to the rest of my family, and they felt the same. We didn't know how Craig and Dawn and Delaney were even standing there under their pain. Graduation comes. I had 2 grandsons graduating, one being Elijah, and I felt like half of my heart was in pain and the other was trying to celebrate. Our other graduate was celebrating and also felt sadness in these moments that should have been celebrating. His words were, "We should be doing this together." My other daughter only has 3 boys, and many times she feels the pain of her sister's son being gone. Christmas came, and it was a sobering occasion. We all gathered together, and when Craig, Dawn, and Delaney came through the door, it was 3 and not 4. Elijah should be here. Our hearts ached for our loss and theirs. We did our best to make the best of it, and we did for the most part. But the heartbreak of losing Elijah shadows over us. The pain was still very evident in all of our hearts. The senior walk for the baseball team, my grandson, Elijah's cousin, his age, took his number, and they mentioned Elijah's name. It was so meaningful, but at the same time, so sad that this event had taken place. We celebrate one and mourn the other. It has ripped apart place for us all. There are those times when I go to the arena to watch Delaney, and I look up where his picture was, and his casket sat on the day of Elijah's service. I want to run, but I realize I can't. I'm there because Delaney is there. She is life, and we have to keep going for the ones still here, no matter how hard the journey. We missed his graduation, and we'll miss Elijah's college football days, his wedding and his children, his kind and caring heart. I miss the Elijah who walked me to the car because I'd been sick and he wanted to make sure I wouldn't fall going to the car. We miss his sheepish grin and his mischievous smile and sense of humor. All of these things ended for us that fatal night. We celebrated his birthday because we're not going to let those occasions go by without remembering him. His first celebration and him only in our hearts. One of our littles had his picture and was leaving on a trip. She cried for miles because she wanted her Elijah. I have talked to his adult cousins. They feel guilty because they could not have protected him. They couldn't have, but that's what older cousins and siblings think they should do. There are times they are so broken, they are in grief until they feel sick. Cousins with children are so aware of these things that could happen, they won't take their kids to the grocery stores. Cousins his age missing him because they were supposed to do things together because of being in that same part of life. Some of us can't ride by the football field. We can't even watch football. We wouldn't stay to watch boys basketball because Elijah was missing. We all have heightened senses when we go places because we are aware of the evil in the world. I've never felt such heaviness which hasn't gone away. My physical body is tired every day to the point I mentioned I don't think I can even put a load of clothes in the washer or fix a meal. It is a grief that goes to the core of your being. My heart aches for Dawn and Craig and my sweet Delaney, my other daughters, son-in-laws, and grandchildren. I lost my daughter, and her sisters lost their sister in a sense. She is different, and who wouldn't have been losing their only son so tragically? They had talked to each other for the past 18 years about their boys and what they were doing. You can't go through such devastating heartbreak and be the same. This journey is not what we have signed up for. It was so unexpected. We talk to each other. We all have the same thoughts. I think many times this didn't happen and it's not real. And then reality sets in. Elijah was murdered. And it hits you again like a 5-ton of bricks and falls on your head. A piece of our family is missing, and you just go on as before because our family circle is broken, a brokenness only someone who has experienced this can know. You can tell people all day long, but unless they have been through this situation, they cannot know. There's a shadow over us when we are together as a family. Elijah's absence is always with us, and we can never shake it. Family gatherings are not the same and have not been. It is painful. We lost more than just Elijah. Our family dynamics changed, but our love for one another is the same. This has taken us all down physically and mentally. We all have our times of just devastating pain that we can't shake. We lost our Elijah, but in some ways we all lost ourselves. I could go on forever and tell you all our family's heartbreak and how this changed each and every one of us. Every day we carry the heaviness and sorrow of that night. His aunts, uncles, and cousins broke that night, and we still carry the brokenness today. The unbearable pain affects each and one of us physically, mentally, and how we see the world. His mom and dad and sister carry the heartaches heavier than we do. Each holiday, birthday, and family celebration just intensifies the pain and loss of Elijah not being with us. A big gaping hole was left inside us all. On the fatal night of October 5th, 2022, we lost Elijah, and something died in all of us.
Thank you.
Sharing these things with you. It's obvious that Elijah Daniel DeWitt was a loving and wonderful son, and a loving and wonderful grandson, and brother, and his loss is a tragedy.
Yes, it is. Thank you so much.
Next, Your Honor, I'd like to invite Mr. David Horn.
Thank you. October 5th, 2022 is a day that will never be forgotten by myself and so many others, because on that day, Elijah DeWitt was taken from us. I met the DeWitts when Elijah was 7 or 8 years old. He and my son were playing all-star baseball together over the summer. I coached youth football at the time. And as I watched Elijah dominate on the baseball field, I could not help but think what he could do on the football field. I spent the rest of that summer recruiting the DeWitts to my football team. I knew he was such a great athlete, the other team would want him on their team, so I made Craig my trainer, ensuring Elijah would be on my football team. For the next 5, 6, 7 years, I had a front row seat watching Elijah dominate on the football field. He competed with vigor and passion. Typically, when a young kid is that good, they make it all about themselves. That wasn't the case with Elijah. He wanted to see everyone have success. And he made everyone a better player. He was selfless, but he was not scared to be in the spotlight at crucial times in the ball game. He had an unmatched work ethic. He was tough as nails, fearless, but he also had a soft side. Compassionate, caring, and a great smile. The DeWitts bought a house behind ours. When Elijah was young. That is when Elijah, my son, and another neighborhood boy struck up a friendship. They were always together. Best friends, thick as thieves. They did everything together. from playing in the woods, spending the night with each other, going to camp, a true old-fashioned friendship. When Elijah was taken from us, a piece of my son and the other neighborhood boy was taken from us as well. Time will help, but there'll always be a void that can never be filled. They should have been visiting each other, their respective colleges, talking about sports, girls, all the things that boys talk about. Instead, those two boys, along with others, have to find the strength to get out of bed in the morning and face the world that has taken their best friend. As I've watched Delaney grow into a young woman over the past few years, I see some of Elijah in her. She's a remarkable athlete, a fierce competitor, but is also very respectful, selfless, and caring. Her big brother was her hero, and life moving forward without him is not going to be easy for her. But God will not put more on her plate than she can handle. You always have two big brothers in that cul-de-sac. And you'll always have Elijah in your heart looking down and protecting you. The DeWitt family has endured unspeakable pain. But through their faith, they have been able to work through it. Things like this test one's faith, and the DeWitts have not wavered. The DeWitts' courage through all of this has been a beacon for the rest of our community. The coming days, months, years will present many challenges for the DeWitt family and the Jefferson community. But together, and with Elijah's light shining down on us, we will endure. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. That we all witnesses from the same have are reserved.
Again, I appreciate all those nine people coming down and sharing their feelings with me. Which did you have something that you wish to present and as to Mr. Richardson?
Yes, Your Honor. We have three people who want to speak.
Yes.
First would be Damon Richardson, Mr. Chandler Richardson's dad.
Please.
So it is very difficult to stand here. I'm a parent of four. Chandler is my second born son, and I can't imagine the pain that Elijah's family feels, his parents, his sibling and friends. Our heart is rented and torn, and for his family, for their loss and their grief, I can't imagine that. I have lost a sister, and so I know what that kind of pain feels like. I also feel, as a father, another burden of grief and pain. To know that my son was involved in this heinous crime. And none of that prevents me as a father from loving my son and from regret that my son's life has been significantly impacted to such a degree that he will spend a lifetime of incarceration. That's not the same kind of pain as the DeWitt family feels, because they won't have visitations, and they won't be able to see him again. And so there's a wrestling inside of me that feels almost a sense of guilt, because none of that will stop me. None of what I have heard today will stop me from loving my son. It pains me that that he was involved and that another life was taken, a precious life. I have replayed that day so many times. I remember where we were, and my wife and I were with some friends, and I remember it coming on the news, and it caught my attention because from time to time I would play pool at that Dave & Buster's, and I would have never imagined in a million years that that my son would have been involved. The only thing that I can do here is offer sincere regret and apology for his family, and then as a father in the position that I'm in, this is my son, to ask for the court's mercy, not because he deserves it, but because he's young, and when we're young, I've been young, we don't always have the maturity or the rational ways of thinking, and we can make one decision that can change our lives forever. And my son did that. And so as a human, as a man, as a father, just torn with pain on both sides. It's a different position to be in. This is probably the most difficult day in my life, and again, I just really can't imagine the pain that his parents and family and friends feel. I am incredibly empathetic, and I do feel that pain. I have paid attention to and have looked at Elijah's life, and he should have the opportunity to be here today. It is unfair when a life is taken unjustly, and but I do believe that my son will take responsibility, and that he will pay his debt to society. I just stand here also as a father pleading that the court would be merciful to him and consider the possibility of parole, so that after he pays that debt to society, that he would have an opportunity to possibly come home. That sounds selfish in a position that I have to stand in. But I have to stand in this position as a father who has unconditional love for his son and for all of my children. They can displease me, they can anger me, they can disappoint me. They can go against my wishes and do things that I've advised them not to. But nothing that they do can change the way that I love them. And so I just asked the court to consider Chandler's youthfulness, his lack of maturity emotionally and mentally, his development, his lack of development, to assist him in making the right kinds of decisions and taking the right kinds of actions. One day he will be a mature man and he'll look back and he'll still be paying for the decisions that he made as a minor. A kid that made a decision that a grown man will be paying for many, many, many years to come. And that's it.
Thank you, sir. Jamin Richardson, Chandler Richardson's brother, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is a very painful situation, but I stand here as the brother of Chandler Richardson, and I can't take any accountability for what happened, but on behalf of my family, I do sincerely apologize, and I am also very empathetic towards the family, and I have a letter that I wrote. I can only offer my condolences, and I understand that the situation is severe, but I do not believe that Chandler Richardson deserves to be an example of what happens in our urban communities. I also would like to apologize for my absence in his life. I believe it has been a detrimental factor to the most recent tragedy. I had the opportunity to serve in the United States Marine Corps overseas in Okinawa, Japan. Shortly before I returned home to greet my brother with love, direction, and purpose to lead as an older brother, we all fell victim to this unfortunate event. I ask that you will see this young man as the transformed individual that he is. I ask that you will allow the guidance of God, myself, my parents, members of my family, and my two praying grandmothers the opportunity of seeing Chandler Richardson have a hand in shaping society to display a better tomorrow. I believe he is confident and capable of taking responsibility for his actions and encouraging resilience in the world around him. This is the first time that I've seen my brother in 5 years, and it really pains me to see the looks on everybody's faces. It's very overwhelming, I can't lie, but the situation still stands, and I ask for your grace and compassion today, because I know I haven't lost my brother, I haven't lost a sibling, I haven't lost a son, I don't have any children, but it feels like I'm losing a brother today, and youth is a very powerful thing that you only get one time, and I ask that everyone would have mercy, because as Mr. Richardson said, he may not deserve it, but I too would love to see a son come home. And, I do really apologize that, Mr. DeWitt cannot come home. And, Your Honor, I appreciate you for the opportunity to speak. And it's good to see you.
Thank you, sir. Belinda Campbell Judge, his mother.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity, Judge. I wasn't prepared to speak. I didn't know I was going to be asked, and I didn't have anything prepared. But I said in my heart that I was going to come and just speak from my heart, because that's all I have. Even if I had written it down, it would come from my heart. So, yes. So, my condolences to the family and the loss, of their son and their friend, their brother, grandson. I wanted everyone to know that the behavior that was displayed with Chandler is not how he was raised. He wasn't raised by wolves. I put a foundation there. I taught them, and the decisions that were made, as his father said, being young and immature, we make decisions and we make choices. We're not listening. We think we know it all, and in doing that, we cause harm not just yourself, but on others. And as his father said, I concur with a whole lot that he said. It doesn't change that our love for him. It doesn't change that what he's done. Yes, it pains me, and as much as I love people, it pains me to see that a life has been taken, and then for my son to have partaken in this makes it even worse. So I too am here to throw myself in the mercy of the court, that you will be merciful unto my son, that you will give us an opportunity to, at least see him again, or to be able to come home. I know that doesn't take away the pain from the family. I know, and we all, it's not a win-win on either side. You're torn because you have a loved one that's involved in something as tragic as this, and then you have your child that you love dearly. So it's really a hard. This is a hard day, the hardest day of my life. I think if I can get through this, I can probably make it through anything. But this is the roughest thing that I've ever had to encounter, and it's painful. I don't even have the words. I don't even have the tears. It's like there's like no more tears there. It hurts so bad. But at the same time, I could not have been here. I did not want to come and not show my support, even though it hurt and it's very embarrassing and very painful. It's, I didn't raise you this way, and you have the guilt, you have the hurt. It's a lot of feelings that's kind of rolling around, but at the same time, this is reality, and we have to face reality. So I'm here today, again, on behalf of my family, condolences to the family, empathize with you, and definitely be praying for your family, and just asking that you would have mercy on my son today. Thank you for the opportunity.
On behalf of Mr. Bryant, is there any evidence you wish to present?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Before I sentence these two young men, I want to give each of them an opportunity to address the court. I'll start with Mr. Richardson, if he wishes to speak. That's fine.
I know that whatever I might say up here today it's not gonna change anything that I took part in. It's not gonna bring anybody back, and it's tragic, and I'm really lost for words, and I apologize to the family. I wanna just give my condolences and just ask for the mercy from you, Judge. Just at least give me the chance to see home, see outside again. Just that's all I can say. I'm sorry.
If I could say something briefly, Judge.
Yes, sir. I've already accepted his guilty plea.
Yes, sir.
That's freely and voluntarily entered, and there's a factual basis for the plea.
Yes, sir.
And I'm hearing from everybody, yes, because I have to decide what sentence to get.
Yes, sir.
And of course, I'm very anxious to hear your arguments as to why I should do certain things.
Yes, Judge. Judge, I've had the opportunity to visit with Chandler a lot while he was in custody. And we talked frequently, and I share with him some of my faith. He asked me, why do you, we just talk casually, why do you do the job you do? It's not an easy job being a criminal defense attorney. It's not an easy job sitting in the courtroom defending somebody who's done something that's caused somebody so much pain. I'm a father too. Marley, Michael Jr., and Maverick. And I get accused, Judge, of taking my cases too personally, of getting too emotional, taking my cases too personally. I get accused of that all the time. But I think about my own faith. I think about, and I share with Chandler, I think about Mark chapter 5, 30 through 32, which is one of my scriptures that I base my practice on. It's when the Pharisees and the teachers of the law complained, asking Jesus, why did you eat with sinners? And he responded, it is not the healthy who need a doctor, but the sick. I have not come to call the righteous, but I've come to call the sinners to repentance. And so you don't need redemption if you've never been lost. You don't need a doctor if you've never been sick. You don't need help if you've never been helpless. If you don't need a second chance if you've never done something wrong. There would be no me as a criminal defense lawyer if everybody in our society was righteous and did the right things all of the time. But when I think about the courts, what the court looks at when imposing a sentence, and looking at what's sufficient but not greater than necessary, considering the nature and circumstances of the offense, the history and characteristics of the defendant. Before this incident, Mr. Richardson had never been convicted or done anything violent before in his life. He had never been convicted of a crime before, Judge. He had no prior criminal convictions, no prior violent criminal convictions. And I think that shows, when you think about the characteristics of the individual, it shows that it's not somebody who was a habitual violent offender, somebody who was robbing people and killing people and doing things over and over again. It really shows that this was a child, a 19-year-old child, who just turned 19, who made a grave mistake and has come before this court taking full responsibility in a non-negotiated plea, not knowing what this court will do. But it said, as he said on the phone to his father, as the state pointed out, I am here because of what I did. I did it. He's come before this court to say, I'm not going to put this court through a trial. I'm not going to put this family through more trauma and more tragedy by having them sit through a trial and go through all of the evidence and having a jury here. But I'm going to take responsibility and ask the court for some mercy based upon what I did, what I know I did, what I've accepted responsibility for. And when Your Honor is looking at those factors, you look at whether or not you've got to do something to promote respect for the law, adequate deterrence, protect the public, provide the defendant with needing rehabilitation. While Mr. Richardson was incarcerated, and the DA, prosecuting attorney, asked him, what's your highest level of education? He said, got a GED. He got that GED, Judge, while he was incarcerated, making productive time while he was behind bars, awaiting this moment in court. And I knew he wouldn't be, I wanted him to express himself, but he told me, he said, Mr. Sterling, I'm not as articulate, at expressing my emotions. And I said to him, but your actions will speak loudly for you. If you take responsibility, if you do the right thing, and say, I did it, I was wrong, and I'm asking the court for some mercy, I think those actions speak loud, Judge. And that's what he's done here today. And he's told me that he's going to have to live with the pain of the life he took. This is a tragedy, Judge. Make no mistake about it. I am not a monster. Regardless of what people may think, I'm not a monster. I'm a father, I'm a son, and I understand the pain this family has gone through. I've been on almost every side of what this family has experienced. I've been on the side of a grieving loved one. I've sat with a mother who lost her child. I've been a prosecutor prosecuting cases where people lost their children. And now I'm on the side of the accused. And I've always made sure to carry the same torch. That's the torch of justice, torch of truth, trying to do what's right by the law. Chandler's told me that he's going to wake up every day with the pain, the remorse, the regret, knowing that his sorry will never be sufficient enough, knowing that his apologies will never be adequate enough, and knowing that he's going to have to work every single day to try to find some redemption. And I go back to my scripture, Judge. It's not the righteous, but the sinners who need repentance. And that's what he's come to do, to confess, to repent, and ask this court to sentence him to life with the possibility of parole. And as for the consecutive 5-year, Judge, we would ask that you suspend that so he does have the possibility of parole, knowing that that life sentence, even with the possibility of parole, means that he won't even have the possibility of seeing the outside until 30 years from now. And he was only 19 when he committed the offense, Judge. He's only 20 now. It'll be longer than he's been alive so far. So we would ask that Your Honor sentence him to life with the possibility of parole. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. He wants to be heard from before I sentence him, and of course you.
Understood, Judge. I do believe he would like to speak with you.
Sorry in advance if this doesn't really sound all fluid. I wasn't really prepared to make a speech, but I decided to, say something in advance anyways. But I just want to say I know that I had took something that I'll never ever be able to give back, and it's unfortunate that I caused these pains and this sufferings, and I created this image of myself as a monster, as a villain, of a person of unrighteous ways, and I just want to say that's not who I am. That's not how I was raised, and I just ask that with time and growth that the family and everybody in this courtroom will one day give me an opportunity to right my wrongs and prove to the world, prove to y'all who I really am, who I'm supposed to be, and who I'm capable of being. And I just want to say, I know that the family probably doesn't want to hear sorry, or sorry's not going to fix anything, but for whatever it's worth, I just want to say my condolences and may his soul rest in peace. And this was never my intentions to have an event turn out to be like this at all, by any means. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge. I'd like to first start with acknowledging, Your Honor, that this is a tragedy. It's a tragedy that no parent, no friend, no family member should ever have to go through. And there's nothing I can say, there's nothing that I would say that would diminish that fact. My deepest condolences to the family, friends, and the parents of Elijah. I have a son, and I can't imagine the pain. I can't imagine the pain that they're going through. Your Honor, this started with self-preservation. When my client spoke with law enforcement, he gave a story that was inconsistent with the facts in this case. Since then, he has decided to take responsibility for his actions. He's decided to try to improve to the best of his ability his life going forward. I will say, Your Honor, that this is not who my client is. He was raised by a good family. His past is the greatest example of who he is. He graduated early from Collins High School, having never been in trouble, and he has no criminal history. This was a bad decision. It was a horrible decision that greatly has altered his life. Your Honor, we are asking that the court sentence him on count 2 to life with the possibility of parole, and on count 4 the 5 years to be suspended. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything from the state?
Yes, Judge. If I might, just briefly. There are a number of people that have characterized this event as a tragedy. I would suggest to the court that as tragic as it is, it was not a tragedy. This was entirely foreseeable, entirely foreseeable. You have a young man who had a gun, a loaded gun, with a young man with his finger on the trigger who jammed it in somebody else's chest. It's entirely foreseeable that somebody might not just lay down and give up whatever they have to you because you want it, and that they might resist, and that somebody might get shot and someone might be dead. It isn't tragic, it was entirely foreseeable. It's tragic, it's not a tragedy. I want to talk a little bit, and Judge, I didn't write anything down here, but I'm going to talk just about some of the things I heard here today. The defendant obviously is asking for life with the possibility of parole, and I would suggest to the court, one of the things the court might want to consider is how earnest and honest a defendant is being as it relates to Mr. Kamari Bryan. It's my position as a representative of the state that he has come before this court and left all of us wanting. You heard when I asked him about what was going on out there on the date in question, and I asked him about the text messaging that was taking place between the three of them, and I asked him about the fact that the text messaging appeared to reveal the fact that they were looking to hit a lick. In other words, they were looking to rob someone. His answer to that was, well, you could say that. And I told him, I did say that. Would you say that? And he said, yes. And I would suggest to the court that when someone is telling you that they are out there at the location in question on the date the young man died, looking to hit a lick, looking to rob someone, this isn't a tragedy. This is entirely foreseeable. This was intended. The only thing the defendant can do today, and here I'm talking about Mr. Bryan, is try to convince the court that he is as sorry as he can be. I would imagine he is as sorry as he can be that he got caught and that the state is in a position to prove every bit of that here today. The only other thing that he might be in a position to do here today is to minimize the damage to the third co-defendant, that being Capita Jones. But I'll point the court back to the statement that Kamari made on the phone talking to Jones when he talks about Zay, he calls Zay a rat. And he talks about you need to stay low key because 12 is looking for you. Judge, it's my position that when the defendant tells you himself that they were out there looking to hit a lick, if they're out there looking to hit a lick, the natural inference from that statement, and he made it, not me, is that they means them. That means all three of them. And guess what we find as part of the evidence in this case? 3 guns.
3 guns. Text messaging that indicates that they were in fact looking to hit a lick. Clothing that belonged to the third co-defendant that's buttressed by the video evidence in the case. 3 guns located. Mr. Bryant says that the third co-defendant didn't have a gun. He knew he didn't have a gun there. Notwithstanding the fact that he's clothed heavily in a great big green jacket or whatever else, but he knows for a fact that he doesn't have a gun. Just logically, his testimony is inconsistent. Just here in the courtroom today, when he admits that they were out looking to rob somebody, but my buddy, even though you found 3 guns and you found his clothes, he didn't have a gun, he wasn't involved. And to the degree that Mr. Bryant is not being honest with the court, then I think that's something the court needs to take into consideration when considering whether he is a candidate for life with the possibility of parole. I would suggest that when he's come before this court and been dishonest, or at the very least attempted to minimize as it relates to someone else who's involved in this enterprise, that he is fallen short of that mark, and I would ask the court not to consider that. Now, I want to talk a little bit about Mr. Richardson. I've been doing this for 23 years now, and I've heard from the families of lots of victims, and I've heard from the families of a lot of defendants. And Mr. Richardson, probably, as I listened to him, I thought to myself, I have 3 kids and 9 grandkids, and I thought, I don't know what I would say that this man has not said. And I know he meant every word of it.
Up anything or discuss anything about your service as a juror on this case? Seeing no hands, we're ready to proceed.
We call on Dr. Mark Mills.
Okay. All right. Dr. Mills, if you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may take the stand.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Shirley.
Would you please tell the jury your name?
Yes, it's Mark Mills, M-I-L-L-S.
And what is your profession, sir?
I'm a psychiatrist and forensic psychiatrist.
Okay. What is a psychiatrist?
It's the kind of physician that studies disorders of the mind, disorders of behavior, disorders of affect or emotional state, and disorders of thinking.
What's a forensic psychiatrist?
The person who uses that knowledge in courtroom proceedings such as this, criminal trials where issues of intent or illness may be relevant, and in civil trials where issues of injury or mental state may be relevant.
Do you have a doctorate?
I have a MD, yes, sir.
Okay. And so obviously you have schooling. Would you give us a brief synopsis of your schooling?
Sure, briefly. Attended and graduated University of California, Berkeley, 1967. Then attended and graduated Harvard Law School in 1970. Returned to Berkeley for pre-medical education and attended Stanford University School of Medicine, 1971 to 1975.
And what year did you receive your MD?
1975.
And was that in California?
Yes.
And is that degree good here in the state of Florida?
Well, the medical degree, I mean, my graduate degree is good. You have to get licensed someplace. I've been licensed in California, Massachusetts, Washington, D.C., Maryland, and in Nevada. And I maintain my Nevada license.
Florida also?
No, not in Florida.
Okay. What do you have to do to practice here in Florida?
Well, I mean, pretty much you have to do the same thing you practice anywhere in psychiatry. You have to have a medical degree, have to have completed an accredited residency, have to take in the relevant examinations, and in my case, I'm board certified both in psychiatry and in forensic psychiatry, so I took those examinations as well.
Okay. have you been tendered as an expert in the court of law anywhere in the United States?
Literally hundreds of times in many states and in many federal jurisdictions.
Does that include Florida?
It does.
And what kind of matters do you testify to?
Well, issues of competence to stand trial, criminal responsibility, sanity or insanity, fitness to be executed, a variety of issues like that, generally, of course, involving serious mental states.
In this particular case, you were appointed by the court in order to assist Mr. Wilson's defense team, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you assigned the task of determining whether or not Mr. Wilson had any mental health disorders?
That's correct. That was the task that you and your colleague, Mr. Hollander, asked me to consider.
Okay. What did you do in order to be able to render an opinion if you have one?
I have one, and the answer is I attempted to interview him on 3 occasions. One of those was moderately successful, and 2 of those were largely unsuccessful. I reviewed the records. You heard Dr. Eisenstein describe the records that he reviewed, and I reviewed essentially the same group of records. I also interviewed perhaps a few more witness statements. I interviewed the jail medical records, which are 500-600 pages at least, although in general they're not particularly productive. I spoke to the adoptive parents, mother and father, and to the elder adopted sister, the radiologist of whom we've heard some testimony.
Okay. In addition to speaking with the radiologist, did she provide, or did we provide you with a letter that was authored by her?
Yes, you did.
Okay. And did you take that into consideration in determining your diagnosis?
I did, because it was both, I thought, perceptive and useful in describing her adopted brother's background.
May I approach the witness, please?
You may.
Dr. Mills, let me show you what's been marked. Mr. Wilson's Exhibit A.
Yes, sir.
I think it's already been identified by your predecessor on the bench or on the stand, but can you tell me, is that the letter that I've referenced?
It is.
Okay. And you read that in its entirety?
I did. Although it's not trivial, it's not particularly long.
All right. And that was a significant part of your consideration for his diagnosis?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
You may.
We'd like this admitted as our Exhibit A, Judge.
Any objections?
Yeah, no objection.
Admitted.
Judge, I wanted to publish that for the jury, but it's not going to work on that device. I have 14 copies that I can let them all read at the same time, so we don't waste any time, and then we'll just gather the copies back.
Okay. Any objection? Okay.
And I'll apologize to the jury in advance for the small font. Let's give him just a minute, Doctor. Yours, they're all done, Judge.
All right. Have all the jurors had an opportunity to view the exhibit? All right, you can hand it back to the bailiff. And for the record, all the jurors nodded in assent that they had been able to look at the exhibit.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, Dr. Mills. One thing you just said, you said you looked at hundreds of pages of medical records, jail records, but they weren't particularly useful. What did you mean by that?
Well, as you know, all kinds of individuals write in jail records reflecting all kinds of level of training and sophistication and skill. Additionally, jails are primarily designed to contain and control, so it isn't that they are oblivious or uncaring about mental issues, but they as a group, those who write in jail records, are not particularly skilled or interested in those issues unless they're causing significant behavioral disruption. So very often one can wade through hundreds of pages of jail records and not learn very much.
Okay. Were there things in the notations in the jail record that you found were of value to you?
Sure. I mean, first of all, as Dr. Eisenstein indicated, there are a number of diagnoses that are in the jail records, and that reflects at least the suggestion, if not more, of some kind of significant psychiatric or mental health or mental illness situation. Secondly, again, as he indicated in his testimony, there are ongoing indications of a variety of pharmacologic treatments. There's indication of antidepressant medication, of lithium carbonate currently. Previously, there has been treatment with antipsychotic medication. There have been a number of antidepressant medications. And again, as we've heard testimony, there's no doubt that such medications suggest that a number of people on the jail treatment team have believed that Mr. Wilson was psychiatrically impaired or psychiatrically ill, and that his condition warranted ongoing medications. Jails as a group, and I visited scores literally of jails, tend not to treat with medications unless they need to, because one, medications are expensive, two, medications require monitoring, and three, medications have potentially significant side effects. So good clinicians avoid medications unless there's a fairly clear-cut indication for the need for treatment.
Were you aware of whether or not Mr. Wilson is, or at the time at least that you interviewed Mr. Wilson, he was on medication?
Yes, he was on medication at the time that I saw him.
What medicines?
As I recall, I know he was on the lithium, which he had just recently started, and I believe he was on one of the antidepressants, Paxil, 40 milligrams per day at bedtime.
What's the lithium for?
Lithium is a so-called mood stabilizer. It's been around since the late 40s, early 50s, found out by a psychiatrist named Jonathan Cade in Australia, and has been used to dampen down the mood swings that often accompany bipolar disorder.
Now, the time you did get to talk to Mr. Wilson, how long were you with him?
On the first occasion, I was with him a little more than 2 hours. Then I returned, and Ms. Perez was with me on that occasion. Then I returned with her that afternoon to continue my evaluation, and he basically said he actually didn't come forward. He told the jail staff that he was not going to continue his evaluation. I remonstrated gently and said, is there a way that perhaps I could go back and perhaps you could ask him again to come out? They kindly did that. He again refused, so he didn't come out. And that was, let me check my notes here, but that was in the end of last month, end of May. Then I came back, that was May 29th. I returned a week or so later in order to evaluate him, and that was on June 14th, and thought that he might be more forthcoming. And in fact, I spoke to you and suggested that perhaps you might encourage him to be more forthcoming. And I know you talked to him, your client, and indeed, I was hoping that he would come out and we could start talking. He did come out. He made primarily eye contact with Ms. Perez, although he looked over at me occasionally and spoke with me occasionally, but indicated he did not want to go forward. We had additional colloquy. I then left because he seemed more comfortable speaking with Ms. Perez. She then asked me to come back. We all agreed we would go forward, but he was very concerned that there were jail staff outside. We were in the lawyer room you previously heard described, with a glass partition between him and Ms. Perez and myself, in a slot where you could pass documents. And he indicated that he was very concerned that jail staff was outside his portion of the room and they were overhearing his comments. So he asked me if I would go talk to them. I did. I explained that he was very concerned. In fact, I perceived him as frightened. And could they back away, please? They agreed to do that. He said then finally he was still too uncomfortable to proceed, and so we did not.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to have him perform any testing like Dr. Eisenstein had described?
Yeah, I mean, as a psychiatrist, I don't do a lot of testing, but I was tutored in the administration of various so-called personality tests. I say so-called because although they're called personality tests, the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory and the Personality Assessment Inventory, they're really tests of major mental illness, tests of psychopathology. And I asked Ms. Perez to administer one, to watch him, basically just giving him a piece of paper, say, read the instructions and answer the questions. And she had done that, and I got that score, that test back and scored it. And then I asked him, which he did, to do the personality assessment inventory. So we had two psychological tests which were administered in the presence of either Ms. Perez or myself, and which were subsequently scored.
And what did his scores indicate to you?
His scores indicated that he was non-compliant, that he either, I mean, he answered the questions, that's kind of partial compliance, but that he invalidated each test by exaggerating symptoms that most people do not have, or most people do not have to that same degree. So, in effect, he said, wow, I've got every symptom in the book. And of course, every symptom in the book is many too many symptoms. Even people who are seriously ill only have some symptoms.
Okay. Well, it doesn't sound like you gleaned a lot of information from him, but you did talk to his parents, did you not?
No, I did, but let's go back. I mean, I certainly gleaned information that he could, when he chose to, listen to a question and pay attention. That when he chose to, he could make eye contact and articulate a reason for responding or not. 3, that throughout his time with me, he appeared very wary, very watchful, concerned about who was listening or might not be listening. So I had a sense of excessive vigilance or hypervigilance, maybe even of paranoia. And so I gleaned those psychiatric impressions pretty solidly even after the first couple hours of the first session. And those impressions were bolstered or added onto even by his non-compliance in the second and third session.
Did he ever express any delusional aspects?
Not with me. I mean, he indicated that the guards were listening. You know, the guards might have been listening. I couldn't rule that out. I mean, he didn't tell me that little green men were listening. So they weren't obviously delusional. On the other hand, when I went out to speak with the guards on the third session, they were well away from the door. They were talking to one another, and they didn't appear particularly interested in what Mr. Wilson was saying to me. So could it have been delusional? Possibly. Was it clear-cut delusion? No.
You mentioned little green men. Were you aware that Mr. Wilson at points in time in his history had experienced hallucinations?
Well, I know that's been reported. He has never told me that. So he did tell Dr. Eisenstein that, and so I'm inclined to believe that he has experienced hallucination. It's complicated in his case because obviously hallucinations, particularly auditory sound hallucinations, voices, are a common concomitant of psychotic illness, of major mental illness. On the other hand, visual hallucinations are a frequent concomitant of many street drugs, particularly the hallucinogens like LSD, sometimes amphetamines, and sometimes drugs like MDMA. So all of these drugs can cause hallucinations, and occasionally recreational drugs cause auditory hallucinations. So the presence or absence of a hallucination per se doesn't tell us very much. What matters is there a recurrent pattern? What do the voices indicate? I mean, are they persecutory? You're a bad person? Are they critical? Are they self-injurious? Hurt yourself, kill yourself? One has to make further inquiry. Sadly, at least insofar as my interactions with Mr. Wilson were concerned, he never did that with me.
Okay. You heard Dr. Eisenstein's testimony about numerous head injuries over his youth and into his adulthood. Were you able to glean the same information from your interviews?
No, I mean, I was able, well, yes, if you mean the interview with his parents or adoptive parents, no, I was not able to glean it from him.
Okay, so you got that same information from his parents?
Yes.
All right. And did you make note when you were going through the medical records that there were CT scans that were performed?
I did. In fact, we heard both on direct and cross-examination of Dr. Eisenberg some colloquy about that.
Now, are you familiar with CT scans?
Sure.
Have you seen CT scans before in your practice?
I've seen them. I've reviewed them. I've reviewed the reports for them. CT is computerized tomography. It's a series of X-rays taken from multiple perspectives. It's combined into an overall scan, and then those scans are read by a radiologist, a neuroradiologist, or a neurologist typically.
Now, are they valuable in determining whether or not there's brain trauma?
Well, they're valuable in determining whether there's acute and substantial brain trauma. So if Mr. Wilson had a fractured skull, if he had acute bleeding, the CT is the best way to detect those kinds of gross injuries very rapidly. On the other hand, for more subtle injuries that don't involve significant bleeding and may involve issues to the brain parenchyma, to the brain tissue, they are relatively insensitive methods of learning about that kind of injury.
What type of testing would you expect if somebody was going to conduct those examinations?
Well, the best high-resolution scan for anatomical lesions these days is the MRI, and so for significant but minor cumulative injuries, the high Tesla MRI is by far the best method for learning about the nature of those injuries. High Tesla, high-resolution scans can reveal so-called axonal, shearing, breaking of the long part of the brain cell, and can also reflect any other kinds of minor issues of blood flow or even brain parenchymal death. So MRI is clearly the best scan for that. For issues of brain function, brains obviously, like the rest of the body, metabolize. They take in sugar and oxygen and convert that to energy and obviously carbon dioxide. And so there are scans that look at metabolic activity in the brain. Those scans are particularly called PET. Those aren't very high resolution scans, but they're very good at looking at what part of the brain is active and what part of the brain is not so active.
Did you have an opportunity to determine whether or not there had been any PET scans or MRIs done of Mr. Wilson?
Well, I asked that question of his parents, and of course, most of the time when I spoke to his parents, the elder sister, the radiologist, Wendy, was also there, and they all indicated that they were unaware of any of those scans ever having been used for Mr. Wilson. So I don't know for sure they're correct, but assuming that they are, no such scans have been given to him.
Okay. Well, why don't you tell us what information you were able to obtain by your interviews, by your interview of Mr. Wilson, his parents, his sister, the information you gleaned from the records and your discussions with Dr. Eisenstein.
Sure. Well, in overall, I mean, I think the evidence is that Mr. Wilson was adopted at a very early age and appeared to function as a normal member of the family from the age of his adoption at an age of a few months until sometime in around, it's from my notes here, in around 2007. His mother and his father both report that he became, over that summer between school terms, he became increasingly isolated, reclusive, hostile, paranoid, different, significantly different. On her own, Mrs. Wilson said, look, I've had 2 other kids, 2 daughters. I understand boys and girls are different, but I've had 2 other kids, and sure, they change around adolescent, but they didn't go, if you will, from Dr. Jekyll to Mr. Hyde. They didn't go from day to night. They didn't go from an active member of the family to a reluctant, scared, hostile participant, but occasionally only in the family. So she describes a very significant change.
Were you aware that his biological mother may have had mental health issues?
I learned that. I hadn't known that. I learned that from, I guess her name is Candy, from Mrs. Wilson, the mom.
Okay. And is that something that can be passed on to a child?
Well, it's significant information. The most serious psychiatric illnesses, of course, are the psychoses, are schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, paranoid disorder, schizoaffective disorder, that group. And for the psychotic illnesses, the heritability is very high, so that if a mom or a dad has it, the likelihood of a child having a psychotic illness goes from about 1%, which is the general rate in the population, potentially as high as up to 50%. Depends on the nature of the illness and the study, but there's a huge increase in the likelihood of manifesting such illnesses if one, let alone 2 parents, have significant psychiatric disorders.
There's no way for you to be able to tell or test whether or not Mr. Wilson actually obtained this mental illness from his mother, though, is there?
No.
Okay. So, did you make any diagnosis or determinations based upon the information that you had?
Yeah, my diagnosis and belief is that Mr. Wilson has some kind of psychotic disorder. Sadly, because he was not particularly forthcoming with me, I can't characterize it very well. Generally, when I testify, I have more information both from the evaluee, both from the defendant in a case like this, and I have more information from prior hospital records, from Baker Act hospitalizations, from other psychiatric hospitalizations, and I can characterize that disorder pretty well. Here we've heard about mood swings that could suggest bipolar disorder. We heard about a diagnosis of schizoaffective disorder in the JO records. There's a good study going back to really my time in medical school called The Stages of Mania, which says, 1972 was the date of the study, you can't distinguish acutely between schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and schizoaffective disorder. So I don't know exactly what Mr. Wilson has, but I think it is very significant, and I think it is a psychotic level illness, and his degree of paranoia we haven't come to all the examples yet, but some of the examples the parents told me about are quite striking. I'll give you one, that at some point Mr. Wilson's mother, Candy's father, perished, and that the family moved into his home. And in the morning, everybody would get up, and I guess people would go to school, and she would, of course, Mrs. Wilson would go up and make breakfast for the family and would open the curtains, and the house would sort of be functioning. Well, Mr. Wilson, as a kid, and he was 15 or 16 at this point.
That's Wade Wilson.
That's Wade Wilson, yeah. As a kid, age 15 or 16, would go around and systematically close the curtains. And at some point, probably the first or second time, Mrs. Wilson recalled saying, well, why are you doing this? What's wrong? What's going on? And he said, there are people out there. And she said, okay. And he said, they're going to harm me. And she said, are you sure? And he said, they're going to harm you too, Mom. They're going to harm the family. And he was very upset. And this happened more than once. That is, he had an apparent belief that others were intending to harm him and the family for reasons that were never specified. Now that sounds, frankly, not only paranoid, but delusional. It isn't just that he was frightened or scared, but he had turned that fear into an entity or a group of entities who were planning to harm him and the family.
Okay. How would that psychotic behavior manifest itself in a 25-year-old Wade Wilson?
Well, I mean, in psychotic disorders generally, you have disruptions in thinking, you have disruptions in affect or in emotion, you have disruptions in functioning. So as a younger person, you function primarily in school. As an older person, we function in work. So Mr. Wilson has never had enduring, productive, successful jobs. He hasn't had long-term significant emotions. His social functioning beyond work has been, frankly, crimes and jail time. He is not functioning well. Although we heard that his high school transcript and his grades were pretty good, and he was roughly in the middle of a class, we also heard from Dr. Eisenstein that he has significant neurocognitive disorders, some of which are quite focal, although quite specific. So that's a problem. His emotions, we heard from the family, and we heard again in the brief letter from the sister, that his emotions were up and down, that he was often very depressed. The jail records are unambiguous that he says he's depressed, that he's seeking medication, that he wants treatment. I think his emotional states are dysregulated. They don't follow the way emotional states ordinarily should.
But does it appear from the record and your conversations with the family that Mr. Wilson was able to obtain the treatment that he desired?
Well, I mean, he got some treatment in jail and witnessed his present level of medication, but he never got adequate assessment anytime, near as I can tell. That's one of the problems with his situation and with this sad case, that no psychiatrist or psychologist as a team has ever systematically diagnosed him, begun him on a course of medication which he stayed with and which he tried, and no one has ever been able to determine if he really would respond to medication over a long period of time or not. The Paxil he's on is moderately effective for people with classic depression. He clearly has something beyond classic depression, whether it's a major depressive disorder or dysthymic disorder. His depression or his emotional state is more badly affected than those with typical depressions, and his thinking is very clearly disrupted. We heard Dr. Eisenstein describe the kind of specific thinking disruption that he suffers from, but his thinking is, if you will, messed up beyond ordinary thinking. This is not somebody who's just burnt out because he did some bad drugs when he was in high school. This is somebody who's had significant thought disruption going back even before, even just contemporaneous with high school, before he was abusing drugs.
And with this psychotic behavior that he exhibits, how would ingestion of controlled substances affect that?
Well, and you can't really answer that question. The broad answer is it affects people individually, and just like psychotic symptoms vary person to person, and in fact, even with one person over time, the ingestion of drugs affects people variously. We know certain drugs, cocaine, amphetamine, are activating, tend to make person more volatile, more short-tempered, angrier, so that would be true. With those drugs, the opioids as a group tend to make people more relaxed, more passive. We know that cannabis or marijuana tends to make people more passive in general. And we know that for people who use a lot of cannabis early on, there are major neurocognitive consequences. A New Zealand study about 5 years ago demonstrated that the person who uses marijuana heavily at ages 13, 14, and 15 loses between 10 and 15 IQ points by the time they're 18 or 20. That's a major reduction in cognitive skills. So each of these drugs affects people differently, and each of these drugs affects individuals differently.
Now, you heard Dr. Eisenstein's testimony about the chronology of trauma to the head. We'll call it trauma to the head.
Fair enough.
We don't have enough testing or anything else to determine how substantial any trauma to the brain was. But did you take into consideration the head trauma?
Yeah, I mean, look, he may or may not have had significant head trauma. We don't have clear evidence about that. But we do know, and we didn't get there in Dr. Eisenstein's testimony, that there are neurocognitive disorders associated with the psychotic disorders. So people with schizophrenia in particular often exhibit changes, particularly changes in frontal lobe functioning as part of their illness. And that's been around, that knowledge has been around 35 years, that people with schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder or psychotic disorders have significant neurocognitive problems, particularly frontal and prefrontal lobe problems, and those problems are things like perseveration. So that the finding, the significant finding, what was it, 7 standards of deviation below the mean, that kind of finding could be accounted for just by his psychotic disorder, with or without any kind of brain trauma.
Okay. May I have a moment?
You may.
You mentioned perseveration.
Perseveration?
I've mispronounced it twice today. Perseveration. What exactly is that?
That means you keep doing the same thing repetitively and ineffectively. So that, I mean, I think we, as Dr. Eisenstein was explaining, if you have a card sort and you initially get the program right, you figure out it's a number or it's a design, or I've forgotten what the other one was, and then you assign new cards to that correctly, and then all of a sudden you lose that and you don't figure out what's going on, and as you persevere, you go forward with the old unsuccessful pattern, and that's perseveration.
Based on the information that you have, I think you told us before that he hasn't had a team work on him, a psychologist and a psychiatrist working together, maybe with a neurologist. Is it possible to fix Mr. Wilson?
I doubt that. I think it's possible to diagnose him better. I think it's possible to give him medications which would help him function significantly better. I mean, first of all, it's impossible to address the tragedy that brings us all here. That's happened. But beyond that, we can't fix him. We can't give him an IQ of 140. We can't make him a modern day Einstein. We can't fully address these problems, but we can address some of them probably.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you. Oh, may I?
Yes.
You're appointed by the court to assist us in our defense. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you get paid?
I hope so. I haven't billed yet, but it's my intention that JAC will pay me.
Okay. That's a state agency?
Yes, here in Florida.
Yeah, the same one that pays Dr. Eisenstein?
Yes, and hopefully you too.
Okay. And what is your hourly rate?
$400.